Allahu Akbar. No, that's not good enough. I want to hear Allahu Akbar. You know, I can't hear. I have a hearing aid. I can't hear. So, Allahu Akbar. That's good. That's good. Now, those of you who were here last year, you will see a difference in the level of energy that I had last year and this year. This year is much lower. Much lower. And I think, if I am speaking on behalf of Violette, probably, Violette is also the same. But by seeing you, by looking at your faces, we are going to derive energy. And I hope day by day I will become stronger. I hope. So when I leave here, I will be a real champion. Okay, now, the first thing I want to ask Noemi, and you, please. Is it possible to change the place of this so that people can look at the screen? Because I was sitting there, I could hardly see the screen. I don't know what can be done. While they are doing this, I can just say that these notes that... Do you have all the notes for every day? Yes? All right. This whole thing, is this any help? I don't think so. They are okay.
They're okay?
They are okay.
It has to be directly in front, otherwise it can't be shown on the screen.
You have to have access to it yourself. Will you be able to? All right, while this is going on, you know, these notes are very rough and raw. They are not in any shape worthy to be shared with others, to be sent to others, and so on. This is just a beginning. And we hope that later on we will be able to bring these notes up to date and maybe made available to you all. So, and this was done in a great rush. I must say here that two dear Baha'is, two dear Baha'i youth helped a great deal in putting this in this order. One was Ilham Ittihadiyeh, who came to our home from Austria and spent, I don't know how long, 2 weeks, 3 weeks in our home to help me in typing and in preparing these notes here. And the second one is our dear Noemi, who came and helped me a great deal. And apart from the help that she gave me in typing and organizing the material, she has been, as you all know, so helpful to all of us, to all of you, in sending you the material in a regular way. I would like especially to express my deep, deep gratitude to Noemi for everything she has done as she is present here. Thank you very much. Now, because this typing was done in a great rush, there are some mistakes that have to be corrected. I'll just start by telling you where the mistakes are. I don't know whether my paging is the same thing as... for example, the first lot... No, it's not the first lot. We are taking now time periods. It is section number 3, Roman 3. Time periods from cycles to phases. That's the title. All right. Now, it has no page numbers. You'll have to put your own pagination, 1, 2, 3, 4. Then on page 2, from the writings of Shoghi Effendi, the last sentence of the first paragraph of that part, the sentence begins, they will move and work within the orbit of the Baha'i Cycle. The article "the" has not been typed there. The Baha'i Cycle. Then let's see if there is anything else. Yes, on page 5, it is the page beginning with the words, we are now entering the second epoch. That is page 5. It should be, the reference should be CF, page 4, it says, it should be CF, page 5. And then, further down, after the 3 quotations, the sentence starts with, from just one line, from the above and similar texts, add the words and similar. The way it is now is from the above texts. So from the above and similar. Then under Roman 1, where it begins, we are now in the course of the evolution. Did you find that? Yes, we are now in the course of the evolution. It says here of a universal cycle. It should be of an all-embracing universal cycle. You should add the word all-embracing with a hyphen. All-embracing universal cycle. And then you have to give a reference at the end of this. It is SAQ. SAQ stands for Some Answered Questions. SAQ, page 161. Page 161. That's it for the corrections. Now, you know, you may have heard some of the Baha'is say that the House of Justice, the Universal House of Justice, has the duty and responsibility of legislation. And the Guardian has the responsibility of interpretation. This is, of course, correct. It's not wrong. But then the friends draw a conclusion which is wrong. And if you hear it anywhere, you should correct it. And I can't remember now whether last year we discussed this in our notes or not. The conclusion that some of the friends draw is this, that because the specific responsibility is this and that for the House of Justice and the guardianship, therefore the degree of guidance, divine guidance that they receive is only specialized for that area. In other words, they are infallible only and only in this area and in that area for the House of Justice and for the Guardian. This conclusion is wrong. I have not seen a single statement from Baha'u'llah, from Abdul Baha, from Shoghi Effendi, which supports the original opinion that I offered to you. In fact, everything that I have read shows the contrary. It shows whatever they decide is of God. And there is no limitation to that. So, what I'm going to present to you today is entirely based on what Shoghi Effendi has given us about time periods. Now, time periods is not something which is, strictly speaking, interpretation of the texts. It is the vision that Shoghi Effendi had about the future and about the past. In the Baha'i dispensation, the dispensation of Baha'u'llah, as you know, which is one of the chapters in the book World Order of Baha'u'llah. In that section, dispensation of Baha'u'llah, Shoghi Effendi enumerates the responsibilities of the guardianship. Among the things that he mentions in the dispensation is that Shoghi Effendi, that the guardian will give to the world and to the Baha'i world a view, and he qualifies this view with the adjective long and another adjective uninterrupted. So the words he's using is Shoghi, the guardian will give us a long and uninterrupted view over future generations, over a series of future generations. And this has nothing to do with interpretation of what this verse means or what this word means in the writings of Baha'u'llah. He is giving us a vision of what the future is going to be, and what the past has to be, how the past should be looked at, how the past should be understood. So the session today is all about this vision that Shoghi Effendi has given us about time, past, present, and future. And it is within this framework that everything that we have said last year has to be placed, and also whatever we discussed this year will have to be placed within this general framework. Now, we have tried. Do you mind if I remove my coat? I feel it. Could you help me with the? Let's see. Let's look at the transparency. Okay, all right. Start with this. Can you read this? It's not clear. It's not sharp. That's much better. Now you see here. Here it says the Adamic Cycle. We will be discussing the Adamic Cycle. It goes all the way to the time when Adam lived and started his dispensation. We will discuss this later on. And when at this point, this is 1844. Then you have here the Baha'i Cycle. The Baha'i Cycle is different from the Baha'i dispensation. The Baha'i dispensation is here. This is 1,000 years. We are just about here now at this point, somewhere, 160 years after 1844, or somewhere here. Now this is the Baha'i dispensation, which is part of the Baha'i cycle, which goes on for 500,000 years under the shadow of Baha'u'llah. Now this under the shadow, yes, under the shadow of Baha'u'llah is a very important statement, and this under the shadow of Baha'u'llah, I will try to give you my understanding based on the texts that are in your notes as to how one way of we could understand this business of under the shadow of Baha'u'llah. So you see here, this is also called the Adamic Cycle as well as the Prophetic Era. The Prophetic Era. These are terms used by Shoghi Effendi in describing these periods. And then here he calls it the era of fulfillment. the era of fulfillment, which is the Baha'i Cycle. The Adamic Cycle, the Baha'i Cycle, the Prophetic Era, the era of fulfillment. Now, as you know, the Prophet Muhammad said that he was the seal of the prophets. Now, the seal of the prophets could mean that he came and certified who the prophets were. He put his seal on it. But this is not the way it is understood. It is understood by the Islamic world, and even in the writings of Baha'u'llah, the other meaning is also valid, which is he brings to an end. He is the seal of the prophets in the sense that the prophetic era is finished through him. And this is the meaning that Baha'u'llah has given to it in his tablets. That the prophetic era, the last prophet here will be Muhammad. And we will see this in the next transparency. So you have the prophetic era, the era of fulfillment. We have now entered the era of fulfillment. It is the fulfillment of the prophecies of the past. It is the fulfillment of the promise that humanity will attain its stage of maturity. We are now beginning to get closer and closer to the stage when humanity will indeed reach the stage of maturity. And Baha'u'llah has given us signs for us to recognize when humanity has indeed reached maturity. This is another subject. We will discuss it if there is time. So the era of fulfillment, the prophetic era, Muhammad is the last of the prophets here, and starting a new cycle, the Baha'i dispensation. Now here 1844, we have put here 2800 ... question mark, because we don't know, because Baha'u'llah says at least 1,000 years. So we said, all right, 2800, then we don't know. It could be 2900. It could be 3000. It could be 3000, 4000, 5000. Nobody knows. Baha'u'llah does not give us the maximum. He gives us the minimum. He says at least 1000. But beyond 1000, nobody knows. This is in the knowledge of God. This is why this question mark is there. Okay, could we have the second transparency? So this one. You see, these points that I'm telling you are in your notes, but they are not in the form of charts. They are in the form of words and sentences that you have to read, but when you bear in mind these charts, then you understand the words better. Now, here is the Adamic cycle. It is the prophetic era up there. The Adamic cycle, 6,000 years. This 6,000 years has been given to us by Shoghi Effendi. This is, of course, an approximation, but he clearly says 6,000 years. In other words, from the time of Adam till the time when the Baha'i Cycle and the Baha'i dispensation began in 1844, we have a period of 6,000 years. Now, we have put here, I don't know whether you can read it, it says that the dates of the dispensations given here are prior to AD are approximate. In other words, these dates that we have given here are based on the most authentic that we have been able to find about the time of these prophets of God. So, but there is a lot of research that is going on and will continue to go on in order to determine the exact dates of the appearances of these prophets before Christ. In other words, there is controversy about Buddha, Zoroaster, Moses, Abraham, Krishna, and Adam himself. But this is what we have been able to extract from the most authentic and up-to-date books. Now, Adam is considered by the Jewish and the Christian world, as well as by the Muslim world, to be the first created man, and Eve the first created woman, and that they lived in paradise, and then they ate from the forbidden tree, and then there was the snake there that, of course, tempted first Eve, and then Eve convinced Adam, and they ate of this tree, and then God was very angry with them. So, what have you done, and why did you do this? And he chased them out of paradise, and all this, and then they came to earth, and they had to work, etc., etc., and then they started to have children. Now, Abdul Baha deals with this in some answered questions. He says no intelligent person will agree that this story could be true, literally true. This is symbolic, nothing to do with the actual story as recorded in the Old Testament. So, and then he gives one of the interpretations of his own about the meaning of Adam and the meaning of Eve. And it's very clear from the writings that Adam was a manifestation of God, and that before Adam, maybe we should have drawn here a line to show that there have been here many, many prophets, many manifestations of God who have been here, who have come to the world before. But the records of their teachings and their activities have all disappeared because of the passage of time. You find this statement that I'm just summarizing in one of the passages in the gleanings from the writings of Baha'u'llah, where he speaks about this area here. He says, of course there were manifestations of God. Of course there were teachings. Of course. But all these things have now disappeared because the records have all been lost. So we start with Adam because it is the beginning of religious history. Only because of that. And nothing was written in the time of Adam about the events of his day. This at the time of Moses, when Moses appeared, which is, as you see, 1,500 before Christ, roughly, then started from what they knew, the people knew about Adam and his teachings. Then these teachings started being written here at this time. But it is recorded, because it is recorded, we consider that the beginning is Adam, and this is the beginning of the Adamic cycle. And then you've got, of course, not the Semitic line, but the other line in the Indian subcontinent. You have Krishna, 3,000 before Christ. Abraham, which is Semitic line, is 2,000 before Christ. Moses, Semitic line, 1,500 before Christ. Zoroaster, this is again the Aryan line in Iran, 900 before Christ. Buddha, Indian subcontinent, 560 before Christ. Then Christ, we put 1 AD, and there is even question about whether 1 AD is correct or not. Some believe it should be 4 before Christ when he was born. And then this is definitely clear. It is Muhammad, 612 AD. And then here we have 1844, which is up to here, Adam. From Adam to here is 6,000 years. 1844, if you take 6,000, deduct 1844, this will be the beginning. Would be roughly 4,154. Will someone double check this addition? Take 6,000 and deduct 1844 from it. What do you get? Loud, huh? 5,000? 4,000? How much is it?
4,156.
4,156. We should have put here 4156. And then here 1844 will be 6,000 years. Okay? So we leave this chart now, we go to the other chart. No, not this one. Yeah, this one, yeah. This one. The beginning of Adam, according to the years that have been recorded by scholars of the Bible, is 4004 BC. But this has again been questioned about whether it is correct or not. 4004, the biblical prophecies. But Shoghi Effendi bases his calculation on the year 6,000, on 6,000 years. And so you get this other figure, 4,156. All right. Now this here shows us the Baha'i Cycle. Can you read this? Or is it too faint? It's not too clear. Oh, you've got copies. Oh, yes, would you distribute copies? Oh, yes, these should be distributed as well. You have now copies of what we have already shown, and copies of some of the transparencies that have not yet appeared on the screen here. This is one of them. We only have 20 minutes more before there is a break, so we have to hurry up. So here is the Baha'i Cycle. Now, friends, everything that I have told you this morning up till now, if you forget, God bless you, forget it. It doesn't matter. But please, this chart here, you cannot forget. This is our present day. It's not in the days of Adam and Zoroaster and Krishna. It is about today, about what happened since 1844. Where are we today? So here we have the Baha'i Cycle. It is 500,000 years on top. Under it is the dispensation of Baha'u'llah, which is 1,000 years minimum. Here we have the heroic age. Then we have the formative age, and it continues on, and here in small print you have the golden age, which is in the future. Here then we look at the heroic age. The heroic age, as you see, Shoghi Effendi has divided into First Epoch, Second Epoch, Third Epoch. And this is very clear. Ministry of the Bab, 9 years. Ministry of Baha'u'llah, 39 years. Ministry of Abdul Baha, 29 years. So this is very clear, and it gives you the dates of 1844 to 1853, then to 1892 with the passing of Baha'u'llah, with the year 1921 with the passing of Abdul Baha, and that ends the heroic age of the faith. Now, the heroic age of the faith has been also described by Shoghi Effendi as the apostolic age, sometimes also the primitive age. And these you find in the notes. Then we come to the second age, which is the formative age. Here we see that the first epoch of the formative age was from 1921. This next line is 1937. In other words, you have a period of 16 years between 1921 and 1937. And it is described here by the rise of the administrative order. Now, the administrative order in the text was here, in the writings of even the Bab himself speaks about the order of Baha'u'llah to appear. So he is not only giving the announcement and the glad tidings about the appearance of Baha'u'llah, but he also is the herald of the appearance of the world order of Baha'u'llah. Shoghi Effendi used to stress this point to the pilgrims, that he was both a herald for the revelation of Baha'u'llah as well as a herald for the emergence of the world order of Baha'u'llah. Blessed is he says in the Bayan, blessed is he who fixes his gaze upon the order of Baha'u'llah. He could see that this order, this world order of Baha'u'llah is coming. Abdul Baha'u'llah revealed the Kitab-i-Aqdas, and in the Kitab-i-Aqdas he clearly says that this order is in the making, that this order has a revolutionizing effect on the affairs of the world, that this order will upset the equilibrium of the world, and it is unique in its features. And then he, in addition to that, he revealed many, many tablets explaining about the Universal House of Justice, about the houses of justice that will be under the Universal House of Justice. He made reference to the hands of the cause. He indeed started himself by appointing hands of the cause himself. And so the very rudiments, Shoghi Effendi uses the word rudiment. You find in the heroic age rudiments of the world order of Baha'u'llah. That means the very early, primitive, rough beginnings and references. In addition to the references, there used to be also little meetings of the friends for consultation. There were not local assemblies, there were not houses of justice, but there were gatherings of the friends. There was no election, there was nothing. And then this became a little bit more evolved in the time of Abdul Baha, but still not in a formal way. Always in a, what Shoghi Effendi calls, in a rudimentary way, in a very primitive, rough way. And we started having local spiritual assemblies, which used to be called boards of consultation, or houses of spirituality. All kinds of terms were used in those days. Until then, this started. Here, what do we have? We have the rise of the administrative order. We see now the beginnings, the formal, the official beginning of the administrative order appearing before the eyes of the Baha'is and before the eyes of others. But our subject is not the administrative order. Last year we were discussing the administrative order. This year we are discussing teaching plans. The reason why we are making this into a definite period here, so that you know that teaching plans, as they began to evolve, did not exist as such during these 16 years from 1921 till 1937. We had assemblies, yes, formal. We had elections, yes, very formal. We had started to have conventions we never had before in the way that it existed, properly elected, delegates meeting and electing the National Spiritual Assembly of each country. Then we had committees operating. We had the establishment of the National Fund properly established, the local funds properly established. We had Baha'i publications. We had Baha'i review of publications. You see, all these things became during this period of the rise of the administrative order, except teaching plans. That was the only thing that did not exist during these 16 years. Teaching plans did not exist. And as our subject is Shoghi Effendi as author of teaching plans, this is why we made this particular line here for you to understand that the first time in Baha'i history where Shoghi Effendi turned to one National Assembly, namely the National Spiritual Assembly of the United States and Canada, and told them, now the time has come, which is the year 1937. This is the first time that you have to have a teaching plan. My dear friends, we did not understand in those days what a teaching plan should have. What are the requirements of a teaching plan? Shoghi Effendi helped the Baha'i community step by step, wisely, patiently, lovingly, telling us how this should be done. We learned under the first 7-year plan in one country how there should be goals, that these goals should be very specific, that it should have a specific time by which the goals should be achieved, that there should be special funds in order to carry these teaching plans forward, that all the friends should become aware of what the goals are and work together. There should be special committees that have to be formed in order to carry forward the teaching plans. Now, these things are very common knowledge for all of us today. But this was new in 1937 for the very first National Assembly. Even the other National Assemblies in the world did not know what was happening here. It was only as this thing developed and the news went out from the United States and Canada, elsewhere in the Baha'i world, that the friends said, the Americans and the Canadians have a teaching plan. It is a 7-year plan. They heard about it in the news. That's how they came to know about it. But they did not have their own teaching plans. This is why you see then you've got a very narrow column here. It is called respite. Respite is a term used by Shoghi Effendi for a period of rest, if you like, a period of relief, if you like, between two plans. For example, if a plan ends this year, a respite would be 1 year. During the 1 year, we don't have a teaching plan. We are just go on consolidating what we have been doing, and then there is a new plan after 1 year or after 2 years. That 1 year or those 2 years are called respite years. So he gave a period of 2 years to the American and Canadian believers from 1944 till 1946. In 1946, then he started a new 7-year plan. This was the second American, Canadian, North American, if you like, 7-year plan, beginning in 1946. Plus 7 is 1953. So that is the end of this 7-year plan. Now, during this 7-year plan, what happened with the rest of the Baha'i world? Here, during the first 7-year plan, they just heard about it. But here, even during the respite period, some national assemblies were very anxious to move forward So they started telling Shoghi, writing Shoghi Effendi. They say, "Oh, we heard that the Americans have just had a 7-year plan. Why don't we have a plan also ourselves?" One National Assembly that Shoghi Effendi was proud of, who did this, who was wide awake, was the British Baha'i community. Before all other communities in the entire Baha'i world. They wrote Shoghi Effendi, they said, "What about us? We are ready." Shoghi Effendi, they asked Shoghi Effendi to give the goals to them. They did not know what goals to do because it was new. Now National Assembly adopt their own goals. But in those days, this is just the beginning. This is a second National Assembly. How many of you are from the British Baha'i community? Please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You should be proud. Yes. This is what happened. Then Shoghi Effendi, Bahia, what's the time? Is it time to close? 5 more minutes. Yeah. So Shoghi Effendi, here during the second 7-year plan, after the British launched their plans, he started telling other national assemblies, you know, the Americans have their own plan, the British also have their own plan. It is time for you also to have your own teaching plan. So that's how he urged them, nudged them, pushed them, so that they too will be part of this universal, collective teaching activity. And one by one, the National Spiritual Assemblies came in. And if you look at your notes of the other sections of the day, you will see how they came in. Which NSAs followed, and then what happened after that, and what happened after that. By the end of 1953, where are we? Here, 10-year plan. By the end of this 1953, which is this line here, he had every single National Spiritual Assembly in the entire Baha'i world working on some teaching plan. Some for 6 years, some for 5 years, some for 3 years, whatever it was possible for them to do. He pushed them into this process of adopting teaching plans and executing teaching plans until the year 1953. 1953 came the 10-year plan, and that is another story. Now you have your break and you can breathe freely. Now let us continue with the chart here. Oh, yeah. We came here to 7-year plan, and then by that time, by 1953, he had the entire Baha'i world, in other words, the National Spiritual Assemblies that existed at that time, engaged in this, in the work of teaching plans, engaged in gaining experience, how to go ahead with the organizing the teaching work. Then, while he was during this period here, and even in the earlier years, when you read his writings, you see that he is all the time pointing to the day when there will be international interaction among the Baha'is in preparation for future events. You find that in the writings of Shoghi Effendi, in Persian and in English. But it became much more intense during these 7 years, that he would give pointers that we are now approaching a time when this will happen. The most effective, the most convincing passages that you find was here at the end of the 7-year plan, before the 10-year plan began. somewhere here, if this is 1953, it's 1951. What does he do in 1951? In 1951, he sends two messages. One to the United States and Canada. One to, already by that time, Canada had been separated from the United States. It was only the United States. Canada had already formed its own National Assembly in 1948. So this is 1951. So to the United States NSA and to the British NSA, he wrote two letters. To one he sent a cablegram, to another he sent a letter. And in these two messages, which are almost identical in wording, he points out, he says, now we are having an African campaign. The African campaign has started. 1951, 52, 53. 2 years. Please follow me here, because it's a very important thing for us to realize, to understand. He says that, as you all know, in the Holy Land, we created the International Baha'i Council. Because the International Baha'i Council came into existence in 1950 and 1951, towards the end of 1950 and the beginning of 1951. Shoghi Effendi appointed an International Baha'i Council. And he said that this International Baha'i Council is a preamble to the election of the Universal House of Justice. It is indeed an embryonic Universal House of Justice. Okay. So the friends were now thinking, we already have now a preparatory body which is gradually going to develop to certain stages to become the Universal House of Justice. So he drew the attention of the friends to that message. Then he says, but now we are starting on the ground with a 2-year plan. And this 2-year plan will be under the directorship, the managership of the British National Spiritual Assembly. And I am calling on 3 other national assemblies to join the American and the British, so that it will be 5. I'm calling on Iran. I'm calling on India. I'm calling on Egypt. These 3, with you 2, will make 5. I want the machinery of these 5 national assemblies to work together in a given field. And that given field is going to be Africa. And this is extremely important from the point of view of the evolution of the organic work of the Baha'i community. Because for the first time, the machinery of 5 national assemblies will be working together in a teaching field. And this we've never had before. And this is a prelude, an introduction to the time when all the national assemblies of the world will work together in an international undertaking. So you see, this is the thing. On the one hand, he draws attention to the Universal House of Justice and its early formation through the preparations for the International Council. On the other hand, he's talking about international collaboration, working together so that all national assemblies will be collaborating, cooperating, interacting with one another. This is what happened during 2 years of the Salient plan. When we discuss the 7-year plan and the plans before the 7-year plan in greater detail during the following days, you will see how Shoghi Effendi prepared the Baha'i world. Then the 10-year plan began. 1953 till 1963. It was a unique experience for the Baha'i world because for the first time you had this world interaction of national assemblies collaborating with each other. As soon as we reach the day when we are going to discuss the 10-year crusade, you will see here on this space here, I hope Noemi and the other organizers will be able to do this, to put for you the maps that Shoghi Effendi drew to show you how this interaction was going to take place between national assemblies. There are a number of maps that you will see displayed here to facilitate our discussion about the 10-year plan when the time comes. Then the 10-year plan, and then we had a respite here of 1 year. The House of Justice was formed in 1963. There was a respite of 1 year, and then a new plan came from the House of Justice from 1964 till 1973. 9-year plan. So here is the 9-year plan. Then we had another respite of 1 year. Then the House of Justice gave us the 5-year plan, followed by the 7-year plan. But here, when it got to the, say that we had already entered the second epoch here with the second 7-year plan. Why? Because Shoghi Effendi had himself indicated that plan, the first 7-year plan of the Americans will be ended. We are going to enter a new epoch. So he ended the first epoch himself here, in this line here. This is why you have the first epoch. This was defined by Shoghi Effendi. 16 years plus 7 years. He himself said that they were going to have a second epoch. And he himself said that by the end of the 10-year plan, in other words, we're going to have a new epoch in the future under the Universal House of Justice. Here, he said he himself defined this year as the year when the second epoch will finish. So he himself defined this date and this date. And then, according to definitions of Shoghi Effendi, they started the third epoch. The third epoch was started with 9 years, 5 years, 7-year plans. Then themselves, the House of Justice decided, at this point there is a new epoch. Now when the time comes, and we will be discussing in detail all these points, you will have to go back to your chart and look at your chart over and over again. We give the reason why the in 4 years, then here again the House of Justice decided that it's going to be a new epoch. The fourth epoch will end there. And in the notes you will see why the House of Justice decided that this should be the end of another epoch. And now we are in the fifth epoch, and the first plan of the fifth epoch is the 5-year plan in which we are now engaged, which ends in the year 2006. There will be other epochs continue on in this formative age. The formative age will have yet another epoch, I can't tell you how much because I'm not a prophet. It will go on until the time comes when the House of Justice decide that this is the end and there is the God. You must have this time periods clear in your own minds. Yes? There's a problem?
Yes.
What?
Because sometimes it doesn't work.
All right. All right. Now, you have this chart also. Now, as you see, we have the same divisions again, the dispensation of Baha'u'llah, but this time it is not in terms of epochs of the formative age. That is another division of time according to Shoghi Effendi's letters. This time he is looking at the tablets of the divine plan. And he says the Baha'i dispensation can be divided in terms of the tablets of the divine plan into another format, another way of looking at time. And this is the way he has described it. Starts again 1844. 1853, as you know, is the time for the Baha'i dispensation. We are in the heroic age here. It's divided now into the time of Baha'u'llah and Abdul Baha. Then we have the time of Abdul Baha, 1916. No, Abdul Baha is, I'm sorry that we have not drawn for you a line here, which is 1920. Oh, here it is, 1921, which is the passing of Abdul Baha. 1916 to 1917 is the time when he revealed the tablets of the divine plan. So during this entire period, the Baha'is really had no idea how the faith of Baha'u'llah is going to spread throughout the world. Until these years, 1916, 1917. 1916, 1917, the tablets of the divine plan, 14 tablets of the divine plan were revealed. And we have a whole section in your notes devoted to the tablets of the divine plan. This was for the first time an intimation to the Baha'i world that, this is not a religion only for Iran and for Egypt and for India and for the United States and perhaps the United Kingdom and France. This is a universal religion. This has to go all over the planet. Look at what the center of the covenant is telling us, how the faith should spread throughout the world. The first time they had a vision of the planetary dimensions of the cause of Baha'u'llah. Then he passed away. Now from 16, 17 till 1937, literally there was nothing that was happening in the Baha'i world. For 20 years, Shoghi, of course, these 4 years, nothing could happen because it was too soon in the days of Abdul Baha to take any action. It was left to individuals if they would arise. Arthur Root arose. May Maxwell arose. And you had the Hyde Dunn and Clara Dunn went to Australia. And so there are a few outstanding believers who arose, but not in an organized way, not under the direction and the organization of a central administrative body. It was individual initiative. This is what happened. So during 20 years, from 1917 to 37, it was purely based on individual initiative and some encouragement given by the head of the faith, by Shoghi Effendi, until 1937. Then 1937, as you recall, we had this first 7-year plan. As soon as we had the first 7-year plan, this period, which he describes as a period when the tablets of the divine plan were kept in abeyance. Abeyance means in suspense. Abeyance means suspense. Remained pending, remained waiting, without action. So it was a period when this was in abeyance, 20 years. Then the first 7-year plan, as we saw in the other chart, began. It was at this point, in 1937, when Shoghi Effendi said, now the first epoch of the tablets of the divine plan has begun. So you see, he divided time into two different ways, in terms of the heroic, formative, golden, and then in terms of the evolution of Abdul Baha's divine plan, which was a different a different way of looking at time. So he said, this is the first epoch. But then he said that as soon as the 10-year plan is finished, it will be the end of the first epoch of the tablets of the divine plan. As you know, he passed away before 1963. He passed away in 1957, somewhere here. But he had already said in his letters that when the 10-year plan will end in 1963, then the first epoch of the tablets of the divine plan will be finished. And then now we are in the second epoch in the evolution of the tablets of the divine plan. How long this second epoch will continue, this is locked up in the knowledge of God. Nobody knows. When the time is appropriate, when it is timely, then the House of Justice will decide that the second epoch of the tablets of the divine plan has ended, and now we enter the third epoch. This is for the House of Justice to decide. So we leave these charts. There is just one more chart I would like to explain. I hope I will have time. When is the meeting? 11? Now, this is an important chart for you. It is not directly a matter for discussion in our meetings during this week, but it's a chart that you have to bear in mind all the time. And I don't think you have a copy of it. Do they have a copy of it? No. So you should have a look at this and understand it, because this is a question. It's a way of understanding not only time, but how the faith is growing, how the effect of the faith on humanity, and how, as we look into the future, what do we see in the light of what Shoghi Effendi has written about the future. It is important for you to bear this general scheme in your memory. Maybe it would be very nice if copies could be made of this one and also given to the friends. Now, as you see, it's 1844 here. You see here it's called the minor plan, integration, direct influence. This line here. Major plan, indirect influence, dotted line. Major plan, disintegration. This is the line of. Then there is a line here, which I will just explain, and these beautiful arrows that go up. I'll have to explain this to you. Let me see if I can have my stick here. All right. Shoghi Effendi explains that there are two plans at work. God's major plan and God's minor plan. So you see, this is still a different way of looking at the events of the day. Another way of looking at time. So you see, Shoghi Effendi is giving us different visions, different aspects of how to look at the past and how to look at the future. Here he starts with 1844 and he says this that you see is the integration, is the direct influence of the faith. Now there are a few passages that I have extracted from the writings. Do you have that as well? You have it, transparency? Let us read those passages and then we'll come back to this again. These will be given to you, so you don't have to copy them. This is the way he describes the major plan and the minor plan. He says the minor plan has been described by the Guardian as the design of an inscrutable wisdom and God's all-compelling will, which directs and controls in its own mysterious way the fortunes of the faith. This is Advent of Divine Justice, page 61. A faith which propagates itself by ways utterly at variance with the standards accepted by the generality of mankind. World Order of Baha'u'llah, page 51. The major plan, this was the minor plan, the major plan has been depicted by the Guardian as a demonstration of his invincible power, using both the mighty and lowly as pawns in his world-shaping game for the fulfillment of his immediate purpose and the eventual establishment of his kingdom on earth. Quotation from Citadel of Faith, pages so and so and so and so. To summarize, the two plans mentioned above have also been characterized by the Guardian as simultaneous processes of rise. Now remember the early chart of rise and fall, of integration and of disintegration, of order, which is the integrative process, and the rise process, of order and of chaos. Chaos is the fall, is the disintegration of humanity and the institutions of the human race. These are the quotations. Now, if we go back now to the chart. All right. So now we come to our chart. I summarize. The major plan is what is happening in the world today. It is, in other words, what Baha'u'llah refers to as the destruction of the world. The destruction of the world. It's a destructive process. It is a process of the disintegration, the decomposition, and the final extinction of the systems of the world. This is the destruction of the world. It's not the physical destruction of the planet. It is the destruction of the systems of the world. This is the major plan of God. How does Shoghi Effendi describe this process? He says, it is the hand of Baha'u'llah which is holding the pawns, P-A-W-N, you saw it in the quotation here, of this game. What game is it? It is chess. he is referring to a chessboard. He says the hand of Baha'u'llah is holding these pawns, kings, queens, soldiers, whatever, moving them on this board according to his plan, according to his design. He calls it an all-compelling and invincible power. That's what he calls it. No one can stop it. It's irresistible. It's divine. And it works in mysterious ways. He says this is the major plan of God. We have to accept that. We have to understand this. We have to know when we read in the newspapers, when we look at the news in the world, what's happening in the world, whether it is in Asia or in Europe or wherever it is in the world, we should understand it in terms of God's major plan. You see? Now, the minor plan is what? The minor plan is what you and I are doing. This meeting today is part of the minor plan of God. Whatever the National Spiritual Assemblies are doing, whether it's of Italy or any of the national assemblies that you represent, this is all part of the minor plan of God. These goals, these plans that Shoghi Effendi outlined for us, and the plans of the House of Justice as it moves into the future. And he even says that when the golden age will come, it will also have its own plans and crusades and epochs. This is part of Baha'i life. Okay? This is the minor plan of God. It is working with us, with you, with me, with the community, Baha'i communities worldwide. He called this the minor plan of God. Under the guidance of the head of the faith. In the days of Shoghi Effendi, the Guardian, today the Universal House of Justice, which is the pivot of the covenant. Okay? Now, then this is how we understand, therefore, the minor plan. It is integration. Integration is this unifying process of the community through the direct influence of the faith. I will leave this line now for a moment. We come to here. This is the major plan. It is the disintegration of society, the chaos, the decay, the total dismemberment of the institutions of the world today. Okay? Now then we have this line. Up there it is called integration, direct influence. Here it is called major plan, indirect influence. It is also going up. It is the integrative process. It is not disintegration. It is integration. But it is under the indirect influence of the faith. In other words, what Shoghi Effendi is saying is that when Baha'u'llah appeared, when he gave his teachings, when he gave us his revelation, and after him Abdul Baha and Shoghi Effendi, and today under the covenant, the Universal House of Justice, this whole thing has released forces in the world, positive forces, constructive forces, just as it has released destructive forces, it has also released constructive forces outside the Baha'i community as an indirect influence of the revelation of Baha'u'llah. Therefore, when we look at the news, we see that there are so many things happening in the world today. The very existence of United Nations is a symbol of this dotted line, which was preceded by the League of Nations. All the various agencies of United Nations, this is all part of this dotted line. You see, all the progressive societies in the world today, these are symbols, signs of the dotted line. The movements in the world today for freedom, for equality of the sexes between men and women, which is all over the world. The movements for freedom, for democracy, human rights, all these things are expressions of the dotted line. This is how we should understand the current news as these developments are occurring and about which we hear about, we read about in the news. So that is our dotted line. It goes up there. Now, as time passes by, eventually, according to the writings of Shoghi Effendi, this indirect influence, somewhere up on the roof, you're going to see the lesser peace. This line is going to lead to the lesser peace. We don't have enough space here. We'll have to break the ceiling and go up. This direct influence will go on until it reaches the most great peace. At a certain point, this indirect part of the major plan will link up with this line, way up there. And you have different developments from the lesser peace to the great peace, from the great peace to the most great peace, when the two lines will merge together. What's going to happen to this disintegrative process? This disintegrative process, according to Shoghi Effendi, will go down and down with every passing day. As I'm talking to you, the world is becoming worse. It is worse today than it was yesterday on this line. That's how it is. It will go down all the time until it reaches a point. Now we come to this line. And this is something that if you have read the material of last year carefully, and Bahia gave you a summary of it yesterday and so on, you find a reference to this line. What is this line? It is this line when this lowest, what Shoghi Effendi calls the lowest ebb of this line, will coincide with the highest point that the faith of Baha'u'llah will reach in its victory and triumph and evolution. That point up there, with this point down here, Shoghi Effendi says, will coincide. Those of you who know enough good English, you know that there is a difference between two words that Shoghi Effendi often uses in his writings. Two verbs. One is coincide, the other is synchronize. When he uses the word coincide, it means 2 points in time, 2 events. This is when 2 things coincide. The 2 incidents happening at the same time. Coincide. This is the meaning of the word coincide. Shoghi Effendi is using here, when he's describing this line, he uses the word coincide. Synchronize, when he uses the word synchronize, it is when there are 2 processes. For example, this process is synchronizing with this process. This is where we use the word synchronize. These are synchronizing. All 3 are synchronizing. But when it reaches to this point, it becomes a coincide. What is the importance of this? The importance is, if you read the material of last year carefully, you see a quotation there in which Shoghi Effendi says that this highest point in the triumph of the faith of Baha'u'llah will coincide with the lowest point in the dismemberment and disintegration of society. The lowest ebb will coincide with the highest point of triumph. This is what he says. Then what happens after that? Then when you read Shoghi Effendi, you see that he refers to mass conversion. When you see, he says, suddenly, and this we'll be dealing with in our own notes maybe this year, suddenly there will be a turning towards the faith. And this is how this line will eventually come up and join our direct line. This will join with that, and this will eventually join. All of them will join with this line, which goes all the way up towards the civilization, the Baha'i civilization, which is the fruit of the most great peace. We still have 10 minutes. I would like, during my 10 minutes, to explain to you something. If there is time for you to follow me, it's a very important point I want to make, and I want your full attention. We're through with the charts. You can take that off. It is the statement made by Abdul Baha that the dispensation of Baha'u'llah will be followed after a minimum of 1,000 years with other dispensations. In other words, there will be other manifestations of God during this period of 500,000 years. But then he adds the point, Abdul Baha does. He says, you must remember, however, that these manifestations of God will bring teachings which will be updating the laws and principles that Baha'u'llah has given us. Because, for example, all what we do in the administrative order today may be changed by the future manifestation. The whole question of the way of election and everything else, we don't know how it is going to be. We don't know. So, he says that these future manifestations have the authority from God to change the laws, the ordinances revealed by Baha'u'llah. This is very clear because we are progressing. We believe in progressive revelation. Therefore, it is logical to say that future manifestations can change the laws of Baha'u'llah. It will evolve. Just as science is evolving, revelation evolves. This is straightforward. But he adds by saying that, however, and we have these in the quotations here, when the time will come, we will read them, that these manifestations of God will be under the shadow of Baha'u'llah. This is why we are calling the cycle of 500,000 years the cycle of Baha'u'llah, the Baha'i cycle. How and why is it that the manifestations of God will be under the shadow of Baha'u'llah? Okay. I have 5 minutes. You see, Baha'u'llah, when you read his writings, you see, he says, this is a day which will not be followed by night. Shoghi Effendi quotes this in God Passes By. Again, this is a springtime which will not be followed by autumn. There will be no autumn to this springtime. There will be no night to this day. Now, when you read the writings of Baha'u'llah, you see referring to the word day. The word day is used by Baha'u'llah in two ways. One way is when he's referring to his own ministry. His day, referring to his own time. That means the period of his ministry of 39 years. This is one meaning when he uses the word, this is the day. And when you read the writings of Baha'u'llah, Shoghi Effendi has quoted them at great length in his writings. You see, this is one meaning. The other meaning is when he's referring to this is the day, he's referring to his dispensation. He's referring to the minimum 1,000 years. This is the day. It means this is a dispensation. Not his ministry, but his dispensation. Now, when he says, this is a day which will not be followed by night, Shoghi Effendi, in the same God Passes By, quotes this passage, a day not to be followed by night, twice in God Passes By. Once, when he's explaining to us the greatness of this day, the uniqueness of this day. That's where he quotes it. The second time he quotes it is at the time referring to the covenant of Baha, of Abdul Baha. He says, this is a day which will not be followed by night. He says, this is the meaning. The meaning of it is the covenant. Because Baha, in the Baha'i dispensation, we have the covenant. Therefore, at the end of the 1,000 years, we're not going to have night. The way that we had it before, where there was opposition to the new manifestation. This is what he says. When you take the other statement, this is a springtime which will not be followed by autumn. This is clearly not, he's not talking about his ministry. He's talking about his dispensation. This is a springtime which will not be followed by autumn. In other words, we're going to have spring. We are going to have summer when the fruit will come will emerge, will appear. But he is telling us, friends, you will not have autumn. You will not have winter. This is because of the fact that the covenant of Baha'u'llah will continue to be effective till the next manifestation appears. It will be, when Shoghi Effendi was asked about the future manifestation, he says to the pilgrims, he says that, yes, of course, it will be the duty, it will be the obligation of the Universal House of Justice to recognize the next manifestation, to introduce the next manifestation to the Baha'i community. So the degree of rebellion, the degree of opposition will be so little compared to previous revelations. The next manifestation will have opposition, but not to the same degree. This is why Baha'u'llah is telling us, and Shoghi Effendi quotes Baha'u'llah in the dispensation. He says, deal with him not in the way you dealt with me. He's telling humanity, he's telling his followers, he's telling you and me of the future. Don't deal with him the way you dealt with me. That means don't oppose him the way you opposed me. He's telling humanity, he's telling his own community at that time. Why? Because he knows that he has a universal house of justice at the top. He knows that the universal house of justice is guided by him. He knows that the house of justice will recognize the new manifestation, will announce the new manifestation, and there will be minimal opposition to him. Now, the other meaning of the future manifestations will be under the shadow of Baha'u'llah is clearly stated in these notes, and it is in connection with the fact that the unity of the human race is now being established for the first time by Baha'u'llah. And all that the future manifestations of God will do will be to consolidate this unity, to consolidate this oneness. They cannot go beyond the planetary unity of human society. For 500,000 years. This is the forecast. In other words, what Baha'u'llah brought for the first time, which is the establishment of universal peace, the appearance of the most great peace, the emergence of a new world civilization for the whole planet, this will happen during the 1,000 years, through the Golden Age. And all that the future manifestations of God will do in the future will be to consolidate, to perfect this civilization, to bring it to real, absolute fruition in a manner that the world has never seen. This is why the future development of the human race is unthinkable, inconceivable. So glorious it is that we cannot conceive it. And we are privileged to live in this day during the dispensation of Baha'u'llah, when all these plans are being given to us, when we are called upon as disciples of Baha'u'llah to arise and to carry out these plans, each one of us according to the circumstances that we have. We have a glorious destiny for the faith, and believe me, there is a glorious destiny for each one of us in this hall. If we arise selflessly, not selfishly, if we arise with pure motive, if we arise by putting our trust in Him, our confidence in Him, then this outpouring of divine confirmation will surround us, will strengthen us, will guide us, will inspire us. That's what will happen. And this depends on each one of us to cast away fear. Fear of what? We have Baha'u'llah above there, watching us, ready to help us, giving us the promise in his Kitab Aqdas that he has hosts at his command. He has angels at his command. He says, you arise and I will send them. This is what Baha'u'llah's promise is. And Shoghi Effendi, in a letter he wrote to the American friends, he said, let the doubter arise. If you are doubting, he doesn't say, get out of my sight, you doubting Thomas. He says, my dear friend, I know your weakness. We are all human. Yeah. But I'm telling you, because of the clear promise of Baha'u'llah, you arise. You are a doubter. Arise. Try Baha'u'llah. You will see how he will keep his promise, how he will send you his angels, how he will confirm you, how he will guide you. And you will be surprised yourself. The two basic themes of the guardianship. The two basic themes of the guardianship we understood not at the time of the guardianship as he was developing it. It came to our understanding no.
La luce accesa
I think I'll stand up.
No.
alphabet. The two themes in simple language is teaching and administration. That's what it is. And it is the two themes that now in every Baha'i community we struggle with these two themes. We work with these two themes. Whether you are in a local assembly or you have a large community or a small community, wherever we are always thinking about these two things: teaching, administration. In fact, there is a letter from Shoghi Effendi in which he says it is not good for Baha'is to be working only in one area. Well, for example, only administration. It's not good. Or only teaching, doing no administration at all. He says you have to be a balanced Baha'i. You have to do both. You have to engage in administrative work as well as engage in the teaching work. Many of us are so absorbed in the administrative work. We love the administrative work indeed so much. We think that the administration is the faith itself. We forget about teaching. And most of the problems that we have in the Baha'i community today, I can assure you, is just that. We love the administration. The administration is essential, there is no doubt. But it is not the faith. The faith has two wings: administration and teaching. With one wing, we cannot really fly. We have to have both. So when we look at the guardianship, you see the same thing. Now, how did he explain this to us? He explained it to us very gradually. Among the things that he said was that we have 3 charters. Now, what is a charter? A charter is a decree given by a king or a source of authority transmitting or conveying certain rights to the people. That is a charter. The Magna Charta, for example. All right. Or the Charter of United Nations. So now, Shoghi Effendi said we have 3 important charters. And these charters were binding on him as guardian. The tablet of Carmel, revealed by Baha'u'llah. The tablet of Carmel you will find in about 3 pages. It's not a very long tablet. You find it in gleanings from the writings of Baha'u'llah. And you also find it in the volume Tablets of Baha'u'llah revealed after the Kitab-i-Aqdas. It is the very first chapter, Tablet of Carmel. At a later session, I will be discussing with you the Tablet of Carmel a little bit more deeply and more thoroughly. But this was one of his charters. This charter he described as the charter which had to do with the development of the world center. That Mount Carmel would become the place where the shrine of the Bab will have to be erected, the remains of the Bab will have to be interred, and his shrine to be constructed, and to be a point of spirituality, of devotion, of pilgrimage, and of reverence. But that was not only this. This was one aspect of the Tablet of Carmel. The other was the fact that it also refers to this administrative center, not only the spiritual center, which is the shrine, but also the administrative center. And that is towards the end of the tablet when he refers to the Ark of God sailing on that mountain. He considered this tablet to be his authority to go ahead and build up the administrative order on Mount Carmel. The second charter was the will and testament of Abdul Baha. And he said this charter revealed by Abdul Baha was the authority conveyed in order to build up the administrative order of the faith. I told you yesterday that there were certain rudimentary signs during the heroic age of the faith which pointed to the fact that there was going to be an administrative order. But this administrative order was formally conceived and came into being only after the passing of Abdul Baha. And this administrative order was based on the contents and provisions of the will and testament of Abdul Baha. We considered, and I'm putting myself among the Baha'is who were reading the will and testament over and over again during the ministry of Shoghi Effendi, we really did not understand the will and testament, just as we did not understand the tablet of Carmel. We thought the will and testament of Abdul Baha is a document which appoints Shoghi Effendi as a successor. Fine. And it says a few things about the teaching work and about protection and things like that. That was all. We never thought of it as such a major document as Shoghi Effendi later described. This wonderful, wonderful statement made by Abdul Baha that he left to posterity before he passed away. So that was the second charter. And the third charter was something that we never dreamt that this would suddenly have the title of a charter. And these were the 14 tablets of Abdul Baha addressed to the North American Baha'is. I don't remember a single class in Iran devoted to the study of the tablets of the Divine Plan, because we didn't understand the importance of these tablets. We considered, for example, in the East, generally speaking, we considered that these tablets were kind of directives given by Abdul Baha to North America for the things that they had to do. We in the East had other tablets from Abdul Baha telling us what we have to do. That's for them, all right. We didn't really worry about them, think about them, or we didn't consider that they were applicable to us or to any other community in the East. But comes Shoghi Effendi, he says, this is our third charter, and it's the third charter of the Baha'i world. And this is a charter by Abdul Baha for the conquest, for the spiritual conquest of the planet. And this is the decree for teaching. This is the decree for pioneering. This is the decree for opening the virgin territories of the world. So that's how Shoghi Effendi One of the things about the guardianship, when we say he is an interpreter, it is not that, what is the meaning of this sentence written by Baha'u'llah, please interpret it for us. This is a very narrow way of understanding the meaning of interpretation. Shoghi Effendi opened up vistas before us. He opened up new avenues. Yes?
It's kind of disturbed. There is something inside.
Ah.
If you can put this
This one?
better.
The Italian microphones are independent microphones, so they have some. They work by themselves, so it's not. They don't have any discipline, but we try to.
Okay, try.
Now, one of my problems is that I forget what I was saying. What was I saying? Where was I?
Tablets of the Divine Plan being called a charter.
Oh, yes. Yes, yes. So these tablets he called the charter for the spiritual conquest of the planet, for the propagation of the faith throughout the world. And I don't know whether I put it in our notes here or not. He gave categories. He looked at the Baha'i world and he said the chief executors of this charter are the American Baha'i community, the U.S. Baha'i community. Their allies is the Baha'i community in Canada. Their associates are the Baha'i communities throughout the Western Hemisphere, the other communities in the Western Hemisphere. And the rest of the world, we are all participants in this worldwide effort. So it applies to all of us. But they have the kind of position of being the first recipients and the chief executors of this charter. But this applies to all of us. We have a duty. In fact, Shoghi Effendi, in one of his letters, referring to the teaching work in North America, told them, dear friends, if you don't arise, then God will choose another people to carry out these instructions that Abdul Baha has given. Because these instructions will be carried out anyway. If you don't do it, others will do it. And this is published. You can find the reference. If you can't find the reference, I'll give it to you. So this is the way that Shoghi Effendi, in other words, he considered these tablets of the Divine Plan applicable to everybody. If Mr. X cannot do it, if Miss X cannot do it, if Mrs. X cannot do it, then Mr. Y and Mrs. Y and Miss Y will do it. It has to be done. It is the will of Baha'u'llah. It is the plan of Baha'u'llah. Now, these tablets were revealed during a period of nearly 1 year, from 1916 to 1917, from March of that year to March of this 1917. Gradually, some were revealed in Bahji, some were revealed in Akka, in the house of Aboud, some were revealed in Haifa, some near the Master's house in Haifa, and some near the shrine of the Bab. These are the tablets that we have before us. There is a booklet called Tablets of the Divine Plan. And you can buy that book. The Americans have published it. And the Will and Testament of Abdul Baha is also published, and I'm sure it has been translated into many, many languages. Now, what is the importance of 1916 and 1917? It was during the World War, and Abdul Baha was confined to the Holy Land. And it was during that time which coincided with the first centenary of the birth of Baha'u'llah. Baha'u'llah was born in the year 1817. And here we see Abdul Baha, the center of his covenant, starting almost 1 year ahead and revealing these tablets for the spiritual conquest of humanity. In other words, he celebrated the 100th anniversary of the birthday of Baha'u'llah by revealing these tablets. Now, I want you to imagine a little bit, think about the future. We are now in the year 2005. In 12 years from this year, it will be the year 2017. Therefore, in 12 years, we will be arriving at the year which will be the second centenary of the birthday of the supreme manifestation of God. 2017, 12 years from today. You can well imagine what will happen in the Baha'i world. We can well imagine what the Universal House of Justice will do, what statements they will issue, calling on the Baha'is of the world to celebrate at once the birthday of Baha'u'llah as well as the revelation, the first centenary of the revelation of the tablets of the Divine Plan. If I may just take a few minutes and say, after 2017, there is another date, 2019. And that will be the second centenary of the birth of the Bab, 2019. He was born 1819. You can well imagine what will happen then. Again, stretching our imagination, we can think, just another 2 years later will be 2021. It will be the 100th anniversary of the passing of Abdul Baha. It will also be the 100th anniversary of the revelation of the Will and Testament of Abdul Baha. It will also be the 100th anniversary of the inception of the formative age of our faith. 2021. So 12 years from now, 14 years from now, 16 years from now, I don't think I will be with you. I hope Violette will. But I'm sure all of you will. And you will remember this day. And you will be participants in this worldwide Baha'i activity and celebration. And that you will certainly be among the not only the participants, but possibly, definitely, I hope, the leaders, the organizers. the administrators of the Baha'i community at that time. And that you will have left before you many, many good and fruitful years of humble service at the threshold of Baha'u'llah. Now, if you look at your list, you will see that in the tablets of the Divine Plan, later on when the tablets of the Divine Plan will be discussed, you will see that there are 120 countries that Abdul Baha has named. But today, the faith of Baha'u'llah is established in more than 120 countries. It is established in over 260 countries and major islands and territories of the world. I will discuss this with you a little bit later. Now, I have pointed out in my notes here that there were many things that the Baha'i world did not understand. As I told you, we didn't understand the Tablet of Carmel. We certainly never understood that the Ark of God mentioned in the Tablet of Carmel was a reference to the Universal House of Justice. This was revealed to us by Shoghi Effendi. That the people of Baha mentioned in the Tablet of Carmel that these were members of the Universal House of Justice. And this, at the beginning, it was in his pilgrim's notes. And towards the end of his life, he wrote it. He wrote it in a letter to the Persian Baha'is, to the Baha'is of the East. And he officially went on record giving his understanding or his interpretation of the meaning of the Ark and the meaning of the people of Baha as stated and specified in the Tablet of Carmel. We didn't understand the word Nazm that Baha'u'llah refers to in the Kitab-i-Aqdas. I made this point in last year's notes, and I've made some reference to it in this year's notes as well. That this word Nazm means order. We thought that this meant the literary style of the Kitab-i-Aqdas. This is how our best scholars in Iran understood it. Our best scholars, I attended some of their classes, they taught us these things. And when Shoghi Effendi's translation came up, something else. Nothing to do with the literary style of the Kitab-i-Aqdas. He was referring to the order, the administrative order to become the future world order of the faith. So these things we did not understand. Now, another thing that you find clearly stated by Shoghi Effendi in God Passes By, in his foreword to God Passes By, he shows what he was doing. He said that he refers to the writings of the Bab, how severe they were, how revolutionary they were. Then he refers to the writings of Baha'u'llah, how liberal Baha'u'llah was in liberalizing the laws of the Bayan. Then he refers to the ministry of Abdul Baha and the way Abdul Baha expounded and opened up the revelation of Baha'u'llah and pointed to us the principles, the basic principles, humanitarian, social and spiritual principles of the faith. And then he refers to his own ministry. He says his own ministry was to systematize the teachings and to apply them to individuals and to institutions. That's how he defines his own ministry or his own responsibilities. He also, we see that Abdul Baha was trying to tell the friends that after him there will be the formative age. He never used the term formative age. But he made it clear that the life of the Baha'i community is going to change. He did not use also the term heroic age. These terms came into being in the writings of Shoghi Effendi. This was part of his systematization. The charts that we presented yesterday about cycles, dispensations, ages, epochs, and some phases of epochs as well. These terms, this type of thinking, this was Shoghi Effendi. He was orderly. He was systematic. And he wanted us to become systematic. How did Abdul Baha express it? He said, my time, my ministry is a wedding party. What happens in a wedding party? I'm sure you have attended many wedding parties. You do what you like, as you like, when you like. It is open. You go and have your some food here, you say some coffee there, you talk to this person, to talk to that person. Everybody is happy, everybody is enjoying the time and the place. So Abdul Baha says, my time, it's a wedding party, it's a wedding day. That's what you are doing now. But after me, finita la musica. After me, there is no party. There is business. We have to settle down. After the wedding, everybody goes home. Everybody has their own ordered life. The bride and bridegroom also have to have their ordered and organized life. That's how he used to tell the friends, so that they know that after him, things will change. And that there's going to be a new age, which Shoghi Effendi told us was the formative age. Now on page 11, I tried to explain to you what I consider to be the essential features of any plan. The reason why I tried to point out these 6 points of every teaching plan, there's nothing definite about these 6. If you were writing these notes, possibly you could condense them into 5 notes, into 5 points. You could even think of 7 points instead of 6 points. This is just my own way of looking at it. The reason why I did it this way is because later on, at the end of this section, I point out to all of us that the ideal day is the day when every National Assembly will have a plan, a teaching plan. Every local spiritual assembly will have its own teaching plan. Maybe some of you are members of local spiritual assemblies. Ask yourselves, is your local assembly, does it have a teaching plan? You find in the writings of the House of Justice the anticipation that every local assembly might have its own teaching plan under the shadow, under the umbrella of the teaching plan of the National Spiritual Assembly. And that national plan is under the shadow of, an umbrella of, the world plan which is given to the Baha'i world by the Universal House of Justice. So you have the overall plan today, the 5-year plan. And then each National Assembly has its own plan under that shadow, that umbrella. And then when the country has its own goals defined and its own methods defined, then every local assembly has its own plan. This is the way it is to be ideal way that the House of Justice is hoping. But then the House of Justice even goes further. And he says how wonderful it will be when every individual Baha'i will also have a plan. That means if we are here 93 people or 95 Baha'is, that each one of us will have a teaching plan, a plan of our Baha'i service for ourselves, formulated by ourselves, to be under the umbrella, the general umbrella of the local, the national, and the international. This is how the House of Justice visualizes this Baha'i world. And see how far we are from the ideal goal. So it is in this spirit that I said to myself, okay, because this is a novel idea to have a plan for ourselves, so what are the ingredients, the essential ingredients of a plan? So I looked at the work of Shoghi Effendi to see how he did things. And I tried to extract from the letters of Shoghi Effendi, the policies that he adopted, the methods that he encouraged us to follow, and tried to work out this system in a way that you may like, you may disagree with, you may try to improvise it. You have to certainly apply it to the individual, because this is not for the individual. I wrote this down with the idea that it is a teaching plan for an institution. But then from this, you can take points that would be useful for you in having an individual plan. And what a wonderful day we will have when the entire Baha'i world, if we are 6 million Baha'is, we have 6 million individual plans of activity, of service to Baha'u'llah. What an uplifting spectacle that would be. I think I have enough covered enough points in section number 1. And now, how much time do we have? 15 more. We can move now to the second section, which is the tablets of the divine plan. I left off by telling you that the number of territories mentioned by Abdul Baha is 120. Now it is very interesting that in this list that you find on page 4 of section 2, there are a number of names that you will not recognize in the geography of today. But these names were current in the days of Abdul Baha, and that's why he uses those terms. For example, number 40 is Friendly Island. Now, Friendly Island is Togo Islands today. That's how it is in the Pacific. For example, number 62, Tonga. Tonga. It's near Samoa. It has its own king. Number 62 is the Low Archipelago. Low Archipelago. The name today is Tuamotu Islands, which is part of the French Polynesia. Number 99, for example, is Santo Domingo. The current name is the Dominican Republic in the Caribbean. So these are terms that Abdul Baha used at that time. Now, another interesting point about this list is that he excludes a number of countries. He does not mention all the countries. For example, the U.S. itself is not mentioned because it's addressed to the U.S. He doesn't mention Canada, for example. It's addressed to the U.S. and Canada. But yes, another is Persia. Persia is not included. Egypt is not included. Iraq, not included. Syria, not included. Turkey, not included. Cyprus, not included. The interesting thing about Cyprus is that at that time there was a lot of Azali followers of Subhi Azal, Mirza Yahya, in Cyprus. And Abdul Baha, I'm just guessing this, Abdul Baha did not want the American believers now suddenly to go to Cyprus at that time. But of course, later on, when things changed, Shoghi Effendi put Cyprus in the 10-year plan. But at that time, I think out of wisdom, maybe, Abdul Baha did not include Cyprus. But then you find also included some countries where there were Baha'is already. For example, he had visited already the British Isles. He had given many talks to the British to the friends and churches in the British Isles. Yet, you find that the British Isles has been included because he wanted the American believers also to go there. France. Violette was telling us yesterday that the first Baha'i center in Europe was in France, was in Paris. There were Baha'is in Paris. The first believer, Hippolyte Dreyfus, was already there. There was a local community there. Yet he includes France in his list. Germany has also been included. He had visited Germany. There were Baha'is. He knew there were Baha'is in Stuttgart and in other parts of Germany. But he includes that. India. For heaven's sake, India, he had correspondence with the Baha'is in India. He had sent teachers there to India. And the most wonderful thing is he mentions Russia in two entries. Russia, Asia, and Russia, Europe. And Russia, Asia, he had already the temple there. The Ashgabat temple was already there. Yet he includes it as part of the areas that should be of direct concern to the American Baha'is, to go there, to help there, and so on. So these are some of the things comments that you will come across as you look at this list. Now, when you come to to page number 5 of this section, there is some, I don't know how it is, I don't know the copies that Noemi has given to you and the copy that I have, whether they are exactly the same or not. But the copy that I have shows on page 5, paragraph full paragraph 2, beginning with the words, "These gems of divine guidance." Do you follow? Are you there? All right. It says Roman 1, Roman 2, Roman 3. Is that how it is? You have it? Now, this has to be changed because in the table of contents that you have, you see that, where is the table of contents? The table of contents, right? At the beginning, have they been given the table of contents? Yeah. The table of contents, you look under item number 2, which is the tablets of the divine plan. You see, there is no Roman 1, Roman 2. It is A, B, C, D. So you have to change Roman 1 to A, Roman 2 to B, so that it will agree with your table of contents. And then you have to add, after you come to H, which is number 8, Roman 8, it will become H. Then you have to add another item, which is I, that you find in your table of contents. I, which is prayers. And then when you please go back to your table of contents and make a correction there as well. Under number I, it is prayer. It should be prayers with the plural S. These are typographical errors. This shows you how rough these notes are. They are not in any form shareable and usable in an official way. They are just notes put together in great haste in order to help you in following what we are trying to discuss together. Now, when you look at the salient points in the tablets of the divine plan, I have tried, as you see, from A to I, under 9 headings, to tell you what are the contents of these tablets, these 14 tablets. And from the many points that you find extracted here for you, I have chosen a few that I think are very important. All of them are important, but some, in my view, have special importance. And I would like to comment on some of these points. I will see how much time we have, and then we can do it after the break. When you look again at these lists, you see that there is a little bit of overlapping. In other words, when he's talking about the teaching work, he may refer to some spiritual qualities that one must have when teaching the faith. But then when it comes to number F, which is the original 6, Roman 6, you have the individual in the community. There is also the individual there. So there is overlapping in some of the points that have been extracted. So this is why you shouldn't be worried about that. This is an attempt to put together something for you to have a general idea of how these tablets have been revealed and what their contents are. So after the break, I will try and pick up a number of points from these different headings that we have and try to give you further thoughts, further elaborations on the importance of some of these points that Abdul Baha has mentioned. I think we'll now have a break now. As you see, I'm standing. I feel so much better. The tablets of the divine plan, as I tried to explain in these notes, are provisions that Abdul Baha has given us about the teaching work and about the development of the Baha'i community and the spread of the message of Baha'u'llah. And Shoghi Effendi has pointed out that these provisions of the tablets of the Divine Plan will be with us not only during the formative age, but they will continue to be with us throughout the golden age. So what we are discussing today are things that will continue to be with the Baha'i world community till the end of time, till the end of the Baha'i dispensation. This is something that you have to bear in mind. Now, another point that you have to bear in mind about the tablets of the Divine Plan is that it lists so many countries, but as Shoghi Effendi tried to explain to us, did explain to us, he said that the intention of Abdul Baha was, as I said before, was the conquest of the entire planet. It was not only the fact that there will be a Baha'i address in a certain country, or one individual Baha'i to be in a certain country, or to have one local spiritual assembly in a certain country, but to have the entire structure of the administrative order with all its details, with all the different aspects of this machinery, to be operative in every spot on earth. That is the vision that Shoghi Effendi has given us. So we have a lot to do. It's not, during the formative age, we may not succeed in finishing everything, because we may succeed in opening up the territories, because all the territories have not yet been opened on the planet. There are still a number of territories that have not been opened to the faith. Shoghi Effendi has clearly stated that in his 10-year crusade, he has not included all the territories. He has included the chief territories. So there are a number of territories which are not in this category of chief territories. But the vision is every spot on earth to have not only the name of Baha'i mentioned, but far, far more than that, to have the entire structure of the administrative order fully established and operative in every spot on earth, so that you have a national spiritual assembly, let us say, to have local assemblies, to have local Haziratul Qudses, to have Baha'i properties acquired, maybe even to have a Baha'i temple built for that territory. The whole thing. This is the vision that we have ahead of us. So it's going to continue throughout the dispensation of Baha'u'llah. In addition to this, then we come to the spiritual qualities that Abdul Baha enumerates in his tablets. And I have picked from the spiritual qualities a few that I thought I will be discussing with you this morning. And these spiritual qualities, there's no end to the perfections that each one of us can attain in developing these spiritual qualities. Violette told us last night about Mrs. Maxwell, May Maxwell, the mother of Ruhi Khanum. One of the things of Ruhi Khanum, of May Maxwell, was this. She said that the faith is a university. We register. We never graduate. We never graduate. We learn all the time. So when it comes to spiritual qualities, it is like this. We develop our spiritual qualities throughout the Baha'i dispensation. There is no absolute perfection. Absolute perfection is something which is one of the characteristics of the manifestations of God. The embodiment of every Baha'i virtue is Abdul Baha, the perfect exemplar. So it is Baha'u'llah, the Bab, and Abdul Baha. And Shoghi Effendi in the dispensation says, stop there. Perfection in the absolute term, we should stops and ends with Abdul Baha. I, as guardian of the Baha'i faith, I am not a perfect exemplar. Why does he say this? I don't know. But I think possibly it is for someone, for a fool, someday to say that I am a very important Baha'i scholar, I am this, I am that, I am a perfect exemplar. To stop such people from anybody during the entire dispensation to claim to be a perfect exemplar, that door has been closed. We are all trying to be Baha'is. We will all continue to be trying to be Baha'is. We will gain in perfection, but we will never ever reach absolute perfection. The faith is perfect. The teachings are perfect. The exemplar is perfect. Yes. We are not perfect. We cannot be perfect. But we will develop along this path of perfection gradually, drop by drop, step by step. And we should never give up. Now, one of the things that I found to be interesting in these spiritual qualities was the question of detachment. Now, the question sometimes is referred to as severance. Severance. Now, you find this word detachment. It's a special Baha'i terminology. If you look up the entire range of Baha'i of religious scripture, you will not find the word detachment there. Look at the whole of the Quran. The word detachment does not exist. Inqita' does not exist in the Quran, this word. Look up throughout the Bible, New and Old Testament, you will not find the word detachment used in the way that we have. Detachment in the sense of something being attached and to become detached physically, yes. But the concept of detachment as explained by Baha'u'llah and in the Baha'i writings does not exist. The concept is there, but it's used in different terminologies. For example, Christ speaks about self-denial. He speaks about purity of heart. Now, these are naturally related to the whole question of detachment. Now, detachment, therefore, is something worthwhile to look at. And as far as we are concerned, our children and grandchildren and throughout the descendants, throughout dispensation, they will continue to try to become detached. But 100% detachment? No. Relative detachment. Okay, now detachment, there is a tablet revealed by Baha'u'llah about detachment. And I would like to explain this tablet to you because I think it's very important for us to realize that detachment has different levels. He speaks about a ladder. This ladder, he says, exists between man and God. This ladder has 3 steps. Now we have to try and go up these steps. Whether we will absolutely reach the final in the perfect way, as I told you, is impossible. But we will be able to gradually go upward to reach the last step. The first step is, he says, detachment from material things, from the pleasures of this world, from the temptations of this world, from the vanities of this world, from the attachments of this world. It means pleasure, as I said. It means money. It means sex. It means power. It means ambition. We have to try, and it means not to become jealous, not to be proud, etc. We have to try and from the material world. In other words, we have each one of us an ego. We have a self, something inside us. This self, this ego, is animal. It's animalistic. It's within us. We are born with it. We will never be able to subdue it fully and completely. We will never be able to do it. We will always have weak points. We all have. Sitting here, all of you, including myself, we all have weak points. I know my weak points, inshallah. You have to know your own weak points, and I'm sure you analyze yourself, you look at yourself. Baha'u'llah tells us to look at ourselves every day. In the hidden words, he tells us this. He tells us that bring yourself to account each day before you are brought to a reckoning. We have to examine ourselves, self-examination. Now, self-examination, now that I have used this term, can be of two kinds. One is positive, one is negative. Self-examination can become negative to the point when you are paralyzed, you do nothing. You are afraid to do anything. That's bad. But if self-examination leads to improvement, if it leads to for me to try and gain a little bit more perfection, draw a little bit closer to the standard. As I said, drop by drop, step by step, little by little. So that is the first step. Material things, physical things of this world, of this material world, to be detached from it. Second is to be detached, he says, from the benefits of the next world. The benefits of the next world. In other words, I do something in this world and I say, all right, I'm doing it so that I will be elected on the local spiritual assembly. So that people will know me. So that people will say, bravo Ali, etc., etc. All right, Baha'u'llah is taking this away from me because this has to do with this world. There are benefits of this world. So he says, okay, I say to myself, I have to be detached of this. All right. But now Baha'u'llah is telling me, I want you to be detached from the benefits of the next world. What does that exactly mean? Does it mean that there will be no rewards in the next world? Impossible. Because he says there are rewards. There's punishment, there's reward. The two go together. In this world, in the next world. So there is reward. But he says, don't do it for the reward. Don't do it so that you will be paid there instead of being paid here. So I may be doing something here and I will say to myself, okay, Baha'u'llah, you don't pay me here, I trust you. Business is business. In the next world, you have to pay me. That doesn't work with him. He doesn't like that. He wants us to be pure, detached. Whether there is a reward or there is no reward, it doesn't matter. Love should be pure. The love that the parents have for their child is pure. They are loving their children not because they are expecting something from the child. They are doing this, whatever the mother does, whatever the father does, they are doing it for the benefit of the child and not thinking that this child will grow up and they will look after me. Therefore, I'm going to be kind and nice to them. They don't think like that. Why? Because this is selfless love. So love can be two kinds. Love can be selfish love. It can be selfless love. What he wants is selfless love. Without any anticipation. Without any expectation. That's what he wants. This world or the next. So this is the second step. The third, and that is very difficult. This is why I think possibly we may not ever be able to reach fully that third step. And that is to be detached from the world of names. Names here means that my name may be mentioned. In fact, you find that in some of the tablets of Baha'u'llah, you say that your name has been mentioned before the throne of His might. In the hidden words, he says, you remember me in this world, and I will make mention of thee in the next. This is a reward. But it is nothing. It's nothing. I'm not gaining anything. He's just mentioning my name. He says, oh, Ali, have you come? This attachment to my name, I should detach myself from. This is what he's saying. My identity. There will be an identity in the next world, obviously. I will never lose my identity. But he doesn't want me to be attached to anything, including myself, including my name, including my existence. So that is the third stage on the scale of detachment. Now, in the writings of Baha'u'llah, he also says, soar on the wings of detachment. Detachment gives us wings. We become birds. We fly. Without detachment, we are earthly. We are sticking to this earth all the time. We become worms instead of being birds and flying. So he says, soar with the wings of detachment. It gives us joy. I'm sure some of you must have had dreams. You must have had dreams that you're flying in your dream. It's a wonderful feeling. It's a thrilling experience. It is a sign that our souls are desiring, longing to become detached. They fly during our dreams. It's a beautiful experience. So that is another aspect of detachment. Another subject, we can leave now detachment and we go to another subject. The question of the other subject is the whole question of teaching and how important the teaching is. For example, among the things that he says, you find that under section B, 1. He speaks about institutes of instruction. This whole idea of the institutes that we now have is really based on the tablets of the divine plan. What the House of Justice is telling us to have these teaching institutes is based on what Abdul Baha had, the vision that Abdul Baha had. That there should be an institution which will help us to develop our capacities, our understanding of the teachings of Baha'u'llah. There is no clergy in the faith. There is no professional clergy. This existed in all religions, but in the Baha'i faith it does not exist. He has abolished clergy. And when it comes to hands of the cause, counselors and so on, he has taken away from them authority. He says a hand or a counselor today has no authority, has no decision-making authority. He can advise, he can give counsel, he can make a recommendation, he can encourage, but he cannot decide the Baha'i community must do thus, this. This authority has been given to elected institutions, taken away from appointed individuals. And it's given only to elected individuals. This is one of the distinctions of the administrative order to become later as the world order of Baha'u'llah. So when it comes to the idea of institutes, it is in order to help us. Now that we don't have clergy, what do? We get together ourselves and we read the writings together. And we have somebody to help us, like a facilitator. This facilitator is not a clergyman. He is not a cleric. He has had a little bit more experience. He helps. So this is how, through consultation is one of the distinctive features of this faith. It's not only applicable when it comes to the administrative work for the local assembly to consult, but in understanding the text, we exchange views. This is a form of consultation. So through this interaction of opinions, of ideas, we learn. We learn from each other through exchanges of opinions and understandings. This has taken the place of clergy. The clergy goes up on his podium, on his pulpit, and he gives a sermon. This Baha'u'llah has taken away from, abolished it, doesn't exist. But we help each other, yes, of course we do. Someone knows something, he comes, he shares it with others. And that's how we grow. And when we are on the local community, we just exchange ideas together, we work together, we learn together. And that's how we develop. So this idea of institutes is so important in the faith. So it is not, therefore, the idea of deepening becomes a two-way traffic. One is individual effort, one is collective effort. That means the organized activity through these Ruhi classes and through the institutes and so on, the study classes, study circles, we learn. But this does not take away from us, and please understand this, our individual responsibility to deepen ourselves at home by ourselves. Because Baha'u'llah tells me and tells you, read my writings twice a day, in the morning and in the evening. He tells us this. Somebody asks Abdul Baha when he was in the United States, he says, I want to live the Baha'i life, what shall I do? He says, the first thing you must do is to have a thirst for spirituality. In order to have this thirst for spirituality, you have to pray. Prayer is important. Second, read the writings of Baha'u'llah. Third, think about life after death. Remind yourself that you are not in this life forever. Death is at your door. That there is another life. and that we are here to prepare ourselves for the next life. This awareness, this consciousness is part of, it's an essential part of developing our Baha'i life and living the Baha'i life. I repeat, prayer, living the writings, and reflecting on life. This has come to life, and I have come to life too. All right. What was I saying? Where did I leave off? Yeah, to prepare yourself for the next life. Yeah, that's it. So these are the three essential requirements of living the Baha'i life. One of these three, is reading the writings. This is deepening. We have to read the writings and reflect on the writings. Try to understand what is the meant, what is the intention, what is the purpose of Baha'u'llah. What is he telling me? I have to try and probe into, meditate on what Baha'u'llah says. Not only just read what Abdul Baha says, the murmur of syllables and sounds. This is useless. Now, and according to the Catholic Church and according to the Muslim concept, the murmur of syllables and sounds is important. They consider it to be very important. The poor people in Africa who are Muslims are trying very hard to read Arabic. They don't understand the words in Arabic, but the murmur of syllables and sounds is important. They have to be able to pronounce, for example, the letter Ain should come from here. Ain. The H should not be H, should be Ha. When it is Ha, then it has an effect. There is a vibration that it has an effect. This concept does not exist in the faith at all. He says, read, understand, reflect, meditate. Allow these words to sink and to become part and parcel of your life. This is reading. Okay? So, this question about teaching. Now, another thing about the teaching work is this, that we read the writings, we pray about it, we teach the cause. Now, the teaching of the cause is something that we often forget. I am sorry to say this. You are coming at 11? 11:30. Huh? She comes at 11. The teaching work is this, that Shoghi Effendi says that we should teach the cause every day. We should mention the name of Baha'u'llah once every day. That means in the year we have 365 days. I have to be able to mention the faith 365 times. Do I do it? I was so thrilled when our friend from Turkey said yesterday that his friends are saying, "Where are you going? You can't teach. You go there to Acuto, you're not going to teach anybody. Remain here, we will be able to teach. This is the Baha'i spirit. This is the Baha'i spirit. We have to teach every day. Mention the Baha'i faith every day at least once. And I have to ask myself, do I do it? When we were talking about having personal, individual goals, this is part of it. Another individual goal in the teaching work is what Abdul Baha says. He says you should aim at bringing into the cause one person every year. Do I do it? I should ask myself. You know my age by now. If as I'm talking to you, I have a heart attack and fall, and if I go to the next world, somewhere Abdul Baha is there, I won't be very close to him, but from far he will say, Ali, you've come. Yeah. My first question is this. Who are the 70 people you taught who have become Baha'is through you, through your teaching? You are 15 years in a Baha'i family. You are 85 now. 85 less 15 is 70. Who are those 70 people? I think every one of us should think like this. This is my suggestion. Take your age, see how many years you have been a Baha'i, and see how many Baha'is you have brought into the cause. You have been instrumental in attracting them and leading them to the cause of Baha'u'llah. And this is a responsibility that we have. Each one of us has. The teaching work is so fundamental. It is this whole question of the tablets of the divine plan is because of the teaching work. He wants the teaching work to develop. And I tell you one thing, my dear friends. We are very good in administration. We love administration. We are afraid to teach the cause. That is our weakness in the Baha'i community. The overall weakness of the Baha'i community is because we are not teaching individually. We leave it to the assembly to do it, to the special committees to do it, to arrange for speakers to come and give a public talk, to go on a teaching project here and there. That is the duty of the assemblies. For me, I'm trying to be a very good Baha'i. I go to 19-day feasts, yes. When there is a need for contribution, I try my best. Obligatory prayers, I try whenever I can, I remember. Fasting, yes, of course, fasting is very important. But teaching, no, that's not my... I don't like teaching. I am afraid of teaching. I don't know much. If I start teaching the faith and people will realize that I don't know, it's not good for the faith. We rationalize. It's wrong. We should put our trust in him and speak. Mention his name. He says, I will help you. Even if you don't know, I will inspire you. I will inspire you. I told you this yesterday. Let the doubter arise. This is the faith. You see, this whole question about the tablets of the divine plan, if we are able to convey this to ourselves, to convince ourselves that this is it, I have to change. I have to transform myself. I have to find a way. And teaching the cause, believe me, does not need time. It does not need time. If you tell me I'm a very busy person with my business, if you tell me that I have so many responsibilities towards my family, I have no time to teach. I tell you, I'm sorry to say, you're wrong. Yes, some teaching activities need time. I agree. To have a fireside at home needs time. But when you look about all the possibilities of teaching the course, when I go to my work, I can see people, I meet people, I'm mixing with people all the time in my life, except when I'm in Acuto, I'm not mixing with anybody but Baha'is. But when I'm out in the world, I'm meeting people. I should think about this, that I have a responsibility somehow to mention the faith, to see who is the receptive soul. I also have the responsibility, Shoghi Effendi says in one of his letters, for me to pray to Baha'u'llah that he will send me receptive souls. This is what Shoghi Effendi says. This is not what Ali is saying. Shoghi Effendi has written this. He says, we have to pray every day that, oh Baha'u'llah, send me one receptive soul today, that I can mention the faith too. This is so fundamental in the teaching work, in being a Baha'i. Another important point is the question of love and unity and harmony in the community. This has been mentioned by Baha'u'llah. And this is true for the formative age and for the golden age, for all time. There are some Baha'is, there are tablets on this point. Abdul Baha says that there are some Baha'is who love to see differences, disunity, inharmony. They love that. There are some Baha'is, he says, who are like that. We shouldn't be like that. We should be of those who love harmony. There is a prayer of Abdul Baha in which he says, enable me to be a promoter of concord amongst men. In his prayer. Some people are a promoter of discord among men. And they like it. And the instrument they use is backbiting, gossip, talking about people. Do you know that? I have heard that. Haven't you heard that? This is gossip. This does nothing but drop poison in the minds and hearts of people. We should avoid that. Instead, we should look at the good qualities of others. We should look for them. Abdul Baha gives the example of Jesus Christ, looking at the white teeth of a dead dog, a corpse of a dead dog. The smell, the bad looks. All the disciples said, what is this terrible thing? Jesus Christ stands and says, why don't you look at the white teeth? He found a good thing in this dead corpse of a dog, his white teeth. We have to look for the white teeth in everybody and praise the white teeth. We should not say, this man or this woman does not deserve any praise from me. I have no right to think like that. If I see a good thing, I must say it. And that's how we promote unity. I must be humble. I must not be proud. I must try to chase out jealousy from my heart. That's how I promote unity. And this is the fundamental thing. If we are not united in the community, and if I am not personally myself an instrument in bringing hearts together, how can I teach the cause? Why are we teaching the cause? Are we inviting people to come to a divided community? Is this how we are going to establish the oneness of mankind? It's impossible. Why are we teaching? We are teaching because we want to establish the unity of the human race. if we are not united ourselves. So we should be aware of this importance of promoting unity within the Baha'i community, wherever we are. Another question that you find referred to here is the covenant, the importance of firmness in the covenant. The covenant is not only something that began with Abdul Baha and ended with Abdul Baha. Abdul Baha, in several tablets, he says that his ministry was the morning of the covenant. I think I may have mentioned this to you before. I don't know. The morning of he had a period of 29 years. That was the morning of the covenant. It was 7 o'clock, 7:30 in the morning. Now we are under the shadow of the Universal House of Justice. It may be about 8:30 or 9 o'clock. This is going to continue. This covenant is continuing till not only the end of the formative age, it will continue to the end of the golden age, into the next dispensation. As I told you, the duty of the Universal House of Justice is to recognize the next manifestation and introduce him. The covenant is continuing. We are sitting here under the covenant of Baha'u'llah and Abdul Baha. And the center of our covenant, the pivot of our covenant, is the Universal House of Justice. It is the central institution of the faith throughout the rest of the dispensation. And think of the wonderful day when you have the zenith, the sun of the covenant reaching its highest point. This is yet ahead. That would be the beginning of the golden age of Baha'u'llah. We will continue to be under the covenant. So our love for the Universal House of Justice, our eagerness to understand the intentions of the House of Justice, our longing to execute the plans of the Universal House of Justice, this is firmness in the covenant today. Another important thing is the importance of trust and confidence. To put our trust in Him. If we do not have trust, we will never receive divine confirmation. Trust, dear friends, is different from faith. Faith is to recognize the manifestation of God. That is faith. And this faith, through effort, through study, through service, develops into certitude. Faith and certitude are of the same stuff. They grow. And as we deepen ourselves, and as we serve the cause, and as we offer time and effort and so on for the cause, then this faith becomes certitude. But trust is something else. Trust is when I move. I start doing something for Baha'u'llah. Then I trust in Him. Help me. It is trust in His help. Trust in His confirmation. Trust that He is near me, sees me, knows me, will help me, will assist me, will strengthen me, will inspire me, will teach me. Baha'u'llah says, fear God. God will teach you. Fear here means really love God. Love of God and fear of God are the same. They are two sides of the same coin. Fear of God and love of God. Love God. If I love God, if I fear God, He will teach me. This is what Baha'u'llah says in the Kitab al-Iran. He will teach me. I will learn. He will inspire me. He will give me things that I did not know myself before. I had never thought of before. That's how He comes to my aid. And this is a reality. It's not only a theory. It's in practice. It has happened. It has happened in the past. It will always happen throughout the dispensation. Thank you very, very much. about 19-day feast. If you read the talks of Abdul Baha, you see that Abdul Baha, when he was in the United States and he was asked about 19-day feasts, he said, this 19-day feast was established by the Bab in the Bayan. In other words, the whole idea of a 19-day feast is a concept that you find in the Bayan that Baha'u'llah has confirmed. He has accepted it and included it in his Kitab-i-Aqdas. Now, what does the Bab say? And what does Baha'u'llah say concerning the 19-day feast? The 19-day feast, he says, is the duty of the individual. It is so different from what we are accustomed to in these days. These days, it is not the duty of the individual. We are accustomed to have a 19-day feast, and the local assembly is responsible, and probably there is a committee of the local assembly that looks after the holding of the 19-day feast. But when you go to the original, how this thing developed, you find that it is the duty of the individual. The second point is that you find that in the writings of Baha'u'llah and the Bab about the 19-day feast, there is no problem about inviting non-Baha'is. In other words, you invite non-Baha'is to your home for a 19-day feast. And the purpose is to extend hospitality. That is the purpose. And Baha'u'llah goes on to say that even with a glass of water, but offer something. Even if it should be some water. If you are poor, you cannot provide means and food and refreshments and sweets and whatever, but offer something. This is your home. Offer something, even if it is some water. This is you find in the Kitab-i-Aqdas. Okay? Now, this situation continued. Abdul Baha added the importance of prayer, of reading from the tablets at the 19-day feast that is held in the home of individuals. And for years and years in Iran, at all 19-day feasts held in homes by Baha'is, they invited non-Baha'is. Non-Baha'is were present. And readings from the writings were read. As a result, it became also not only a place for happiness and hospitality and refreshments and things like that, but it also became an opportunity for teaching. I'm giving you the whole history so that you follow what happened in the Baha'i world. And please follow me in this review of this institution. Okay, then during the period of the ministry of Shoghi Effendi, what did he do? If you remember yesterday, or it was day before yesterday, I told you that Shoghi Effendi in the foreword to God Passes By says that one of his functions as guardian was to apply the teachings that applied to individuals, to apply them to institutions. I think I said that to you before. When it came to the 19-day feast, what did he do? 16 months after the passing of Abdul Baha. He starts now writing letters to the Baha'i world in English and in Persian, spelling out the duties of a local spiritual assembly and how the local assembly should function, how consultation should be held, what the duties of a local spiritual assembly should be, etc., etc. One of the things that he deals with is the 19-day feast. He says it will be henceforth the duty of any local spiritual assembly to organize 19-day feasts. So he is applying an instruction which was to the individual. He's taking that and applying it to this institution of the local assembly, which was now beginning to flourish and to emerge in the eyes of Baha'is and non-Baha'is. Many years passed, and in Iran, because of the previous experience of 19-day feasts, they had 19-day feasts under the supervision of local assemblies, but they continued to invite non-Baha'is. So, 1921, now we are 1931, 32, 33, we are still have invited non-Baha'is to our 19-day feast in Iran. So some of the Baha'is who were familiar with the English instructions of the Guardian to the West, and in these instructions he says, at the 19-day feast, which is organized under the supervision of the local spiritual assembly, only Baha'is should attend. That is in English. So they went to the National Assembly and they said that, why are we having non-Baha'is? This is the text of Shoghi Effendi. They said, but we have been doing this all the time. In fact, they even showed a letter from the Guardian in the very early years telling the Persian Baha'is, it is all right for the time being to continue with your practice of inviting non-Baha'is. They produced this text from Shoghi Effendi. But they said, but this is later. From the Guardian, it's in English, it's later. So the matter had to be referred to the Guardian. This is in the early 30s, over 10 years after the passing of Abdul Baha. Are you all with me? Are you following my little story? It's very important for you to understand this. Shoghi Effendi's answer came, yes, from now on, only for Baha'is. For the 19-day feasts organized under the direction of local spiritual assemblies. So that's how it was. All right? So for years and years and years, in the East and in the West, we continued having a 19-day feast, and I'm sure that it applies to the Baha'i community in Italy, it applies to the communities that you represent. We don't have any more individual responsibility to hold 19-day feasts in our homes. This is the way it stands today. Now, this thing continued until towards the end of Shoghi Effendi's life. Towards the end of Shoghi Effendi's life, then we see Shoghi Effendi saying something new towards the end of his life. He said the importance of firesides. He wrote about the importance of firesides. Now, how firesides came into existence, this is another story. I'm not going to go into that. Firesides only in the sense that I have a house, I hold a meeting in my house, I can do it as I want, when I want, and I have a gathering of Baha'is and non-Baha'is in my house in order to teach the course. This is a fireside in that sense. In fact, he went as far as saying the most important and effective method of teaching is the fireside method. He even wrote that. And I have quoted for you in my notes here. You can see the text. And because at such firesides you extend hospitality. Oh, this was an echo. Back to the Aqdas. Back to the Bayan. Extend hospitality. The purpose of the 19-day feast was to extend hospitality. So there was this echo. Extend hospitality in your home. And then he even goes and says another thing, which is an echo of the Bayan and an echo from the Aqdas. He says every 19 days. And in the Bayan it is every 19 days. In the Aqdas it is 19 days. In the Aqdas it doesn't say on the first day of the month. It says every 19 days. Shoghi Effendi, when he applied it to the local assembly, he added, it is preferable to hold it on the first day of the month. But here, now that the fireside was being emphasized, what does Shoghi Effendi do? He says, once every 19 days. Not necessarily on the first day of the month. So that by the end of the year, there is an accountant up there registering our activities, they will see that in the home of the Nakhjavánis there were 19 firesides during the year. That is the point, that for each one of us to have in our home a fireside, a meeting, a teaching meeting, extend hospitality, even with a glass of water if you like, extend hospitality and teach the cause in your home. He revived this part of the texts of the past. So what the Baha'is today are trying to do is to have two types of gatherings every 19 days. One under the supervision, the direction of the local assembly, which is the official 19-day feast, the institutional 19-day feast. Preferably held at the first of the month. Then you have firesides that I have to have in my home, extend hospitality, bring non-Baha'is, and teach the course. You see how this thing has developed? Now, as a result, we have forgotten. We think that the question of fireside is not very important. It is important. The Guardian is telling us it is important. Now, this doesn't mean it should be every 19 days. You can have it every day if you like. Many have it every week in their homes. It's fine. That 19 times every year is a minimum. It's a minimum. You can have it once every week. Many Baha'is all over the world have firesides in their homes once every week, which is a wonderful thing. It covers this requirement. It fulfills this requirement. Now, I want to leave this subject now, and I want to come to the Universal House of Justice and what they are doing under the 5-year plan. Because this is all connected. I have made reference to all these things in my notes, but you don't get the clear point because it's a little bit here and a little bit there. You don't see the connection. I'm trying to put all these things together. So now we are living under the 5-year plan. And the House of Justice is talking about teaching institutes. We have these institutes and we have core activities. One of the core activities is what? Study circles. Now, Violette and I, during our trips here in Europe and different parts of the world, we asked them, do you have firesides? Do you know what they answer? Oh yes, we have 6 study circles. In other words, firesides have been forgotten. We think now we are living in a new day and the House of Justice has abolished firesides. Today is the day for study circles and study circles only. And that's a mistake. You see how these 3 things have been twisted, have been misunderstood. Study circles is an institutional thing. It's not an individual thing. Fireside is an individual activity and responsibility in my home to extend hospitality for the purpose of teaching the cause. Yes, study circles are also there to invite non-Baha'is, but this does not cancel out my obligation to have firesides. So you see, you have to understand where the study circle is as part of the activities of the community. And I have study circles and I attend study circles and I must attend and do my level best to support it. But then I also have my 19-day feast, which is the official one, and I attend it. And a minimum of every 19 days, if necessary, once every week or every 2 weeks or whatever, in my home I extend hospitality and teach the cause. So you see how the picture has now emerged. And this matter, in our travels particularly, we found that these distinctions were not very clear in the minds of the people, of the dear friends. Okay, now we can leave this subject, we can leave section 2, and we can go now, we have done section 3, and we come to section 4. Now, in studying section 4, it is very important for you to have this chart before you, and if you haven't got a copy of this chart and the person sitting next to you has his own copy, you should look at that chart, because it's very important for us. We don't have the facilities this morning to again project the chart here, but since you have copies of it, you have to look at it very carefully. The heading is the Baha'i Cycle, 500,000 years, the top line, and the lower line is the dispensation of Baha'u'llah, 1,000 years minimum. Now, if you look at the chart carefully, you see the heroic age. We are not discussing the heroic age now. We have the ministry of the Bab of Baha'u'llah and Abdul Baha. What we are really concentrating on is the formative age. And in the formative age, you see that, as I tried to explain to you the very first day on the screen here, the first part of the formative age is a period from 1921 till 1937, which is 16 years. And during these 16 years, Shoghi Effendi built up the administrative order. And this administrative order, he built it up through the foundations, which is the local assemblies, the national assemblies, and so on. And when the greatest holy leaf passed away in 1932, Shoghi Effendi erected a monument for the greatest holy leaf. And you are familiar with the picture, you have seen it. Those of you who have been to Haifa, you have visited the resting place of the greatest holy leaf. You have 3 steps at the base. Then you have columns. You have 9 columns. And then you have a dome. And when he put this up, he started explaining to the Baha'is, and he actually wrote about it. And I have put all these things in last year's notes. He said, the steps down there are the local assemblies. The columns based on the steps are the national spiritual assemblies. The dome is the universal house of justice. So he said, this is a symbol of the administrative order and the future world order. All right. And just a brief departure from the main subject, because it's very important for us to bear these points in mind, although I have discussed them last year, in last year's notes. Ruhiya Khanum explained this to us in a little booklet that she wrote, 25 Years of the Guardianship. If you have not seen this book, you better inquire and read it. You find it also published in one of the volumes of the Baha'i World. I can't remember which volume it is, but it has been published also, as I said, in one of these volumes. Now, Ruhiya Khanum, when the 25 years of the guardianship occurred, she wrote this thing, this article, and at the very beginning of the article, she makes a very important point. She said that after the passing of Abdul Baha, members of Abdul Baha's family, as well as older believers, experienced Baha'is from East and from the West, suggested to the guardian, he was only 24 years old, suggested to him that as he is young, and since Abdul Baha had provided for hands of the cause to be appointed to help him, and as he has also provided, and Baha'u'llah before Abdul Baha, for the Universal House of Justice to be elected, certainly the time is ripe for him to take steps for the election of the Universal House of Justice and the appointment of the hands of the cause as soon as possible to help him. He is alone, he is young, he is inexperienced. What does Shoghi Effendi do? He listens. And then gradually in his letters he explains. And this is the point that Ruhiya Khanum makes in her article. She says, Shoghi Effendi argument was this, that the Universal House of Justice is the dome. How can he have a dome suspended in mid-air? He had to have the foundations first. This was why he was emphasizing the importance of local assemblies and how they should function. That delegates had to be elected for the convention, for the national convention. Statistics had to be worked up, drawn up by local assemblies to see the number of believers, adult believers. because delegates had to be allocated according to the numerical strength of each area. So statistics was important. Delegates had to be elected. A national convention has to be held. Then there should be an election of the National Spiritual Assembly. Then when we have enough national spiritual assemblies throughout the world, then we put the dome. So this point is explained by Ruhiya Khanum in this article. So you see, coming back to our subject, it is that here in this chart, you see the rise of the administrative order. For 16 years, Shoghi Effendi kept on telling us, consolidate your local assemblies, learn how to form a national assembly. He trained us, he helped us to understand how this system is going to work. Then he does the 7-year plan, the first 7-year plan. As you see, it is from 1937 till 1944. And it is one country, it is the United States of America, only. But the importance of it is that it is the first organized teaching campaign undertaken any time during Baha'i history. During the entire period of the heroic age, we did not have teaching plans. During the first part of the formative age, we did not have teaching plans. We had teaching, yes, but in a personal way, in an individual way. Violette told us yesterday about Martha Root, for example. She told us about Roy Wilhelm. The day before, she had told us about Mrs. Maxwell. All these activities were done in what way? Under a teaching plan? No. Under the overall, if you like, tablets of the divine plan, yes. But as individual efforts undertaken by individual Baha'is, with the encouragement of the World Center, with the encouragement of Shoghi Effendi. Sometimes he would stretch his hand and even call on people, you go and do this. But we did not have an organized campaign of teaching until we got to the year 1937. And then one community only is singled out, the American community. And this is why he used to say that the cradle of the faith is Iran, the cradle of the administrative order is the United States. He used the same term, cradle. The cradle of the administrative order is the United States. And then the 7-year plan was part of this activity of an institution, a national institution, engaged in the teaching work in an organized way. When this thing happened, he closed the epoch. He said, the epoch has come to an end. We now have an example. We have consolidated our institutions on the local and national levels. We have 8, 9 national spiritual assemblies. And we have had the experience of at least one organized teaching campaign in one country. This is a new epoch. Start a new epoch. Closed the first epoch, said we are now in the second epoch. Now, if you look at your plan, you see that there is a very narrow column called respite. And there is a footnote to say that this respite was for the United States. Other national assemblies picked up. And as I think I told you this before, that the British community was among the first during the respite period to come forward and start their teaching plan. How are we time-wise? Huh? Peace Day, 20 minutes. So now this period, I want to say a few words about that narrow column, which is called respite. If you remember, I gave you the meaning of respite. Respite means a period of rest, a period of relief from duties, a period of calm and quiet and so on, to prepare yourself for another campaign. So that's the meaning of respite. So he told the American Baha'is that I'm giving you now, you now have a 2 years of respite. All right, but the epoch, because of the respite, because of the fact that it took some time for national assemblies to get excited about teaching plans. When you read the writings of Shoghi Effendi during this period, whether he is writing in Persian or whether he is writing in English, you see that he is flexible about the beginning of the new epoch. He doesn't always say 1944 is the end of the epoch. From 44 onwards, we start a new epoch. He says it sometimes, but not always. At other times, he says, now it is 1945 during the respite period. Now, we are beginning to enter into the second epoch. 1946, again, you find references. We are now entering into the second epoch. He was flexible because he wanted gradually. That shows you the wisdom of the Guardian, not his rigidity. He wanted to warm up, to prepare the Baha'i world. So he didn't want them to feel that they are way behind. They say, no, we're just beginning, it's just the start of this new epoch. So you have to remember this flexibility in the Guardian's work. But when it came to the year 1946, then he made the formal announcement that now the American Baha'i community is entering the second 7-year plan. You see? And it was during the respite period as well as during the 7 years that followed. In other words, during 9 years, he was gradually nudging, urging, encouraging national assemblies to move. See what the Americans are doing. You move. Don't you want to do the same thing? I'll talk later on this morning to you about this policy of the Guardian. And if I don't say it, please remind me about it. He quite often used to say about the importance of the Baha'i communities to vie with each other. Now, vie is written V-I-E, to vie. To vie means to compete. So he used this policy of one community learning about another community, and he was the one who would tell them, don't you see how they are going ahead? Don't you want to do the same thing? That was one of his policies. Maybe if there is time, I can explain it a little bit more further. Now, the second 7-year plan was announced, and he announced it, if you look at your notes, on page 6 of my notes, where the top of it is the second North American 7-year plan, and the last paragraph is in capital letters. And it begins with time ripe, events pressing, hosts on high sounding signal. Now, Shoghi Effendi, remember this is 1946. 1946 was 1 year after the end of the Second World War. Shoghi Effendi, if there is time, we will discuss these things in greater detail. He wanted things to be done not today, but yesterday. He wanted things to be done immediately. Whatever he wanted to do, it had to be done. He had a feeling of urgency, of immediacy, that there was no time to lose. And there are so many evidences in what Shoghi Effendi, the way he carried out his duties. So, if he were to write a letter to the American NSA, it would take 2 weeks. And as this was soon after the World War and there were lack of communication and so on, so he resorted to cables. Now, cables, to start a 7-year plan for the American community with a cable. It's not easy. Look, the way it is, if you read it, it's very difficult to read. Very difficult. Why? Because it is written in what we call in English in Kabylese. Kabylese became a language different from the English ordinary language. What is Kabylese? Kabylese is the English language used in cables and telegrams, but you drop prepositions, you drop articles, whether definite or indefinite, you drop conjunctions. Why? For economy, because it was very expensive, because they counted the words. If you have a cable with 6 words, you paid for 6 words. If it was 7 words, you had to pay extra word for that extra word. So now, when Shoghi Effendi is sending a cable to the American Baha'i community, it's 2 pages. So if every word and every comma had to be added, very, very expensive. So there was a system in the world at that time which was known as LT. I don't know whether you know these things or remember these things. LT means late telegram. Late telegram. You could send a cable as an LT at a lower rate than an ordinary cable that you send with 6 words and 7 words. Immediately you wanted to send it at that very moment. It would go. LT meant all the urgent cables would go. At the end, at night, then they send the LT. Shoghi Effendi did not mind that he wrote the cable during the day for it to be sent at night, but it should be sent at night. It had to go at night so that in the morning it would be in the United States. So he sent his cables by LT. LT gave you a cheaper rate. The minimum for LT was 22 words in those days. You had to have a message of at least 22 words. But anything above 22 words was at a lower rate than the regular cables. So that's why you have these cables. He has dropped all the things. Now, what did the American NSA do when they received these cables? They realized that the American friends would not understand. So what were they going to do? They added what they thought were the missing words. So, for example, they put here, time ripe. Okay? Time is ripe. So they put is in parentheses. When they published it, they put it in parentheses. And they put the at the beginning. The, parentheses, time, this is the words of Shoghi Effendi, is, in parentheses, ripe. So the friends knew time ripe, it was Shoghi Effendi, and those that was in the parentheses were the National Spiritual Assembly. And they filled in the missing words. Now what happened? They made mistakes. They couldn't understand. For example, they chose the wrong preposition. Shoghi Effendi had in mind, for example, for the so-and-so. He dropped for, and he dropped the article the. Now, the American NSA sitting and say, what is missing here? Of the. Now, when you put of the, it changes the meaning. than for thee. So Shoghi Effendi had the problem. After the thing was published, he would sit down and carefully look at these insertions by the National Assembly. And we have letter after letter from the Guardian, and sometimes a cable, if it was urgent, to the American NSA. Line so and so should be of thee, not for thee, and etc., etc. He would correct. You see how much trouble he had to go through. This is a big subject. I don't want, because there are many other ramifications about this whole question of Kabbalese. I'm just telling you these only for you to have the patience when you read these cables to remember that there are letters that have been omitted and that you have to have the imagination and the understanding to fit in those words. Okay, but this is the way it went. The way that you have it here is right. So as you see, you have a whole, almost one full page on page 4, on page 6 and page 7, in which he announces what the goals should be of the second 7-year plan. All right. Now, I only quoted for you a portion of this long cable. There is a second part to this long cable that I did not put it here. But after I finished all this, I said to myself, in the revised copy that I hope to revise all these things for you for the future, that I will include the last part of the cable as well. So I am asking Bahia to come here, please, and to read for you the last part of the cable.
Upon success, 7-year plan depends launching after respite 3 brief years, yet more momentous third 7-year plan, which when consummated through establishment, structure, administrative order, remaining sovereign states and chief dependencies entire globe, must culminate in and be fittingly commemorated through worldwide celebrations marking centennial formal assumption by Baha'u'llah prophetic office, associated by Abdul Baha Daniel's prophecy, and world triumph Baha'i revelation, signalizing termination initial epoch evolution plan, whose mysterious resistless processes must continue shed ever-increasing luster on successive generations, both formative, golden ages, faith Baha'u'llah. And I have been asked to reread the first 2 lines. Upon success 7-year plan depends launching after respite 3 brief years, yet more momentous third 7-year plan.
Yes, ma'am. Now, in the revised version of these notes, we will include this passage as well. I would like to make some comments about this, but as Bahia is here, I want her to read something else, and then I will make my comments. He sent this. Then, soon after this cable, just about maybe 2-3 weeks later, he wrote a 14-page letter explaining what this cable was all about in great detail. And then in this 14-page letter, he urged them to arise. And now, just to show you the type of language that Shoghi Effendi used, the strength and the power with which he called on the believers to sacrifice everything for the love of Baha'u'llah, to arise, to serve the cause, to pioneer, to promote the interests of the faith, to put the cause first, to respond to the call of Abdul Baha in the tablets of the Divine Plan. So I have extracted just one small paragraph from that 14-page letter, which shows the fervor of the Guardian in his appeal to the friends. And I will ask Bahia to also read that paragraph.
However dark the outlook, however laborious the task, however strange and inhospitable the environment, however vast the distances that must be traversed, however annoying the restrictions, however listless and confused the minds of the people and races contacted, however trying the setbacks that may be suffered, we must, under no circumstances, either falter or flinch. Our reliance on the unfailing grace of an all-loving, all-preserving, ever-sustaining, ever-watchful providence must, however much we may be buffeted by circumstances, remain unshaken until the very end. Shall we not, when hardships seethe about us and our hearts momentarily quail, recall the ardent desire so poignantly voiced by Abdul Baha in those immortal tablets that enshrine forever his last wishes for his chosen disciples? Oh, that I could travel, even though on foot and in utmost poverty, to these regions, and raising the call of Ya Baha'u'llah in cities, villages, mountains, deserts, and oceans, promote the divine teachings. This, alas, I cannot do. How intensely I deplore it. Please God, ye may achieve it.
We will continue afterwards. The reason why I asked Bahia to read those two lines twice is because I don't know whether you noticed that there is a reference to a 3 years respite. And there's also a reference to a third 7-year plan. This is not included in our notes. And I thought that it was important for me at least to present it to you and later to include it in the notes. When Shoghi Effendi gave the second 7-year plan in 1946, after the 2 years, this is what he said. And for a number of years even after the launching of the 7-year plan, the friends in the United States thought that they're going to finish the 7-year plan, they're going to have 3 years of total rest, and then they're going to have a third 7-year plan. And that this third 7-year plan will end in 1953. This is how they thought. And Shoghi Effendi left them with this impression for a number of years. Later, when the time came, nearly 4.5 years after the launching of the 7-year plan, as you see in this cable that Bahia read to you, in the second part of that cable, he speaks about the birth of the Baha'i revelation. He refers to the Siyah Chal. Now, what happened in the Siyah Chal? The Siyah Chal, as you know, is the prison in Akka, in Tehran, where Baha'u'llah was imprisoned for 4 months. The 4 months began in August of that year and ended 4 months later in the December of that year. From August 1952 till December 1952. And when one reads the stories about the Siyah Chal, partly as written by eyewitnesses who were there with Baha'u'llah, or from the writings of Baha'u'llah himself about this experience that he had in prison, you see that this experience, this special intimation that he received, was about halfway through this period, at about the midway point. So Shoghi Effendi took August at one end and December at another end, and he said 2 months in between would be October. So he said, we are going to start a holy year from October 52 till October 53. This was not to be a respite of anything. It was just while things were moving, at the same time, the Baha'is of the world were called upon to celebrate the holy year and to call to mind the events in the Siyah Chal. Because Shoghi Effendi explained, he had already explained this in God Passes By, and in his letters, both in Persian and in English, to the Baha'i world. He explained that the announcement of the revelation of Baha'u'llah underwent a period of time, and it was in 3 stages. The first stage he called intimation. The second stage he called declaration. The third stage he called proclamation. Intimation was in Tehran, in the Siyah Chal. Declaration was in Baghdad, when in the Rizwan garden he declared himself, and we celebrate the Rizwan period. And this happened in 1863. Proclamation happened in Adrianople and continued until he was even in Akka. The intimation period was during these 4 months. So it was at the midway point of that 4 months. The declaration was over a period of 12 days. The proclamation was over a period of 5 years, sometimes 5.5 years. Again, the intimation is when he started, when he had this experience in the prison. Now, of course, many questions have been put to Abdul Baha about what is really the meaning of this experience that Baha'u'llah had in the prison. And what is the experience that the manifestations of God generally have? That now, for example, Jesus Christ says, a dove came and sat on his head, and this was a symbol that the Holy Spirit had come to him. Muhammad says, I heard a voice on Mount Hira, and that voice was the voice of Angel Gabriel, and the voice said, read. That was the experience of this revelation, this new revelation. And every prophet had such an experience, and they refer to it that this thing happened to me, and therefore this is the beginning of the revelation. The Bab, for example, says that I had a dream. I had a dream that the head of Imam Hussein was cut off, and there was some drops from his head of blood, and I put my mouth and I drank some of the blood from the head, the beheaded head of Imam Hussein. And this was the intimation. So you see, you have all these things, experiences. So many of the friends have asked Abdul Baha, what is the meaning of all these things? Now, if you read some answered questions carefully, he says that in his answer, he says that have been different from other children right from the very beginning. And others even have noticed that they were different. They had such special distinction, different from others. If you remember in the story in the Bible, in the New Testament, it says that Jesus Christ went to the synagogue and he preached. He was 12 years old. I was preaching. We have stories about the Bab as a child. We have stories of Baha'u'llah during the period before he declared his mission, even the period when he was outwardly he was a follower of the Bab, yet he was doing some wonderful things. So Abdul Baha says, if others notice that there is a special distinction, is it conceivable that the manifestations themselves are not aware that they are different? By saying that, by putting this question like this in some answered questions, he is really telling us that they knew. But they were using wisdom. Wisdom in disclosing to others. Wisdom in preparing the way for others to understand. Be that as it may, the important thing is that it is in 3 stages. The Siyah Chal it's an important event. So Shoghi Effendi was not going to allow this event after 100 years to pass by when he had texts from Baha'u'llah saying that he had this experience while he was in prison in Siyah Chal. And the midway point was October. Therefore, we're going to have a holy year, and we're going to celebrate this event during this year, from October to October, 52 to 53, we're going to have intercontinental conferences, and we're going to announce during this period, this time, we're going to announce the goals of a new plan. Now, if you look at your chart, you see that the 7-year plan ends in 1953, and then the new plan is the 10-year plan. At that point, which is 4.5 years after having spoken about the 3 years respite and the third 7-year plan, that was at that time he told the American friends, there is no respite. Instead of the third 7-year plan, we're going to have a 10-year plan. And he didn't say this only to the American believers. He said this to the entire Baha'i world. 10-year plan. A crusade. It is going to be something momentous, unprecedented. Everybody shook. I remember Violette and I were in those days young Baha'is, reading these messages of Shoghi Effendi. What is going to happen to this 10 years? What is Shoghi Effendi talking about? Excited. Everybody was excited to see what was in store. What did Shoghi Effendi have in mind? So this is, I think, enough explanation about the third 7-year plan and the cancellation of the 3 years respite. Now, while this thing was going on, as I told you, maybe several times during these last 2-3 days, he was urging the national assemblies, other national assemblies, to come forward. And as I told you, the first one, as my notes indicate, the first one was the British. And already at the beginning of this respite period, they came forward in 1944. And they started their 6-year plan, which was a glorious plan. First time that the British Baha'i community, in an organized way, were going forward, and they were going to have 19 local spiritual assemblies, according to the goals specified by the Guardian. Then, 2 years later, of course, the United States itself and Canada started having their own 7-year plan, and at the same time, Shoghi Effendi had succeeded in encouraging Iran to have their own teaching plan, and they had their own 45-month plan. That happened, it began in 1946, and at the same time, India and Pakistan and Burma were encouraged to have their own teaching plan. Then, the following year, 1947, he was able to join 2 other national assemblies, Australia and New Zealand, and Iraq. And then the following year, 1948, he was successful in moving Egypt and in moving Germany. Poor Germany had a very good excuse because of the war, because of the Second World War. They couldn't do much. But as soon as he saw that they were beginning to breathe and to start the teaching work, after 1945, he allowed 3 years to pass by, and then finally he got hold of the German and Austrian Baha'i community. And he said, "No, you can't. You are almost the last National Assembly. All the other National Assemblies are busy. What about you?" And so they started their own teaching plan in 1948, and that brought the total to 8 National Spiritual Assemblies at that time. Now, could I just say a few words about this question of vying? You see, vying is a policy that was started by Abdul Baha. How did he do it? He went to the United States on a visit, 1911, 1912. If you read his talks, you see something very interesting. He praises the Iranian Baha'i community. He says, "Look what your brethren are doing in Iran. They're doing this, they're doing that, they're teaching, they're living the Baha'i life. They have been, even despite the persecutions, they're doing so many things for the faith." He held the Iranian Baha'i community as a model. He told the Americans, "Follow that example." So Shoghi Effendi did the same thing throughout his ministry. He would set people up, encourage them, and then he would say, "Look what they are doing. What about you?" This was his policy. All the time urging, nudging, encouraging, stimulating, so that people will compete. The word vying in Persian, for those of you who speak Persian, is سبقت گرفتن. In Arabic it is السابقون. السابقون أولئك هم المقربون. This race, it is a race. It's a spiritual race. People are running. People are swimming. It's not like football or boxing or anything like that. You have your line, you run. Another person runs. So there is a competition. You look at your friend, you see he's running fast, you want to go ahead of him. So this is how he stimulated, but he drew attention to it. For example, I was on pilgrimage. I had come from Africa, and the work in the Pacific was developing. So he said, we have so many Baha'is now in the Pacific Islands. Look, we have Gilbert and Ellis Islands. They have so many hundreds and so many Baha'is. We have now Baha'is in Mentawai Islands. So many, all in the Pacific. The Pacific is moving forward. When you go back, tell the African friends. Tell them, are they ready to allow the Pacific Islanders to overtake them? All the time pushing in this way. This is healthy. This is why it is very important to be an example in our personal lives. We don't have to advertise ourselves, but we have to live the Baha'i life. And if we live the Baha'i life, other people see us, they like to be like us. There is a tablet from Baha'u'llah in which he says, people who are truly devoted to the cause, people who have arrived at the station of assurance and certitude, consider themselves to be the sole promoters of the cause. What does that mean? It means that if I see somebody else is not active, I shouldn't say, well, others are inactive. It doesn't matter. He's a Baha'i, I'm a Baha'i, it's all right. He's not going to a 19-day feast. He doesn't have any of the core activities. He doesn't do anything. Well, so it's okay. So if we think like that, it is very bad. I should say to myself, what others are doing or are not doing is not my business. My business is my relationship to my Lord, my Creator, my Beloved. He tells me, arise, I have to arise. He tells me to move, I have to move. Others are moving or not moving is out of the question. I have to do my duty. This is the meaning of what Baha'u'llah is saying, I think. Once Abdul Baha said, he says, if you are asleep, wake up. If you are awake, don't lie down in your bed. Sit up. If you are seated, stand up. If you are standing, march. If you are marching, run. This is the process that God wants us to do. He doesn't say if others are running or if others... He's talking to me. If I am asleep, I have to wake up. If I am in bed, I have to sit up. Whether others are seated or sleeping is not my business. If I am seated, I have to stand up to be ready. Marching, I march. Marching is not enough, run, I run. This is the process. He doesn't say if you are asleep, run. Gradually, drop by drop, step by step, we change. Baha'u'llah, Shoghi Effendi, in one of his letters, he says, the cause has the power to recreate us. Recreate means to create anew. The cause has this power. We have to tap this energy, this power from the cause. How do we do it? We do it through prayer. First of all, we have to decide that we want to arise. We have to decide that. We arise. We move according to the wishes of what the Universal House of Justice today is saying. They are now our guide. They are the light that we should follow. They are at the very center, the central institution of the covenant today for us. We have to watch and see, to strain our ears to see what news from Haifa. What does the House of Justice want? And without caring about what others are doing or not doing, I have to arise. I have to do my duty. Out of love. Out of pure love. Selfless love. Shoghi Effendi says when you arise, you should arise selflessly. We should love selflessly. That's how it should be. Then it has an effect. In a tablet of Baha'u'llah to Nasruddin Shah, the Shah of Persia, Baha'u'llah says, those who are around you love you. I also love you. But there is a difference. They love you for their own sakes. I love you for your own sake. What does that mean? It means those of you who are around you, the ministers, the others, they are trying to get some privileges from you. So they show love towards you. I don't want anything from you. I love you for your own sake. This is pure love. This is how we should love the cause. Pure, unadulterated, unalloyed, unmixed, pure. Pure motives, pure heart, pure love. That attracts divine confirmations. And without divine confirmations, we can do very little because we are alone. But with divine confirmations, with that special blessing that comes to us, then we can see the signs of His guidance. And when we see the signs of His guidance, we become stronger in faith. We grow, spiritually grow. And that's how we read in the writings when Shoghi Effendi says that the cause has the power to recreate us. I should not say, well, I did not have a very good environment in which I grew up. Therefore, you must understand, if I'm not a good Baha'i, you just take me as I am. Or I had such and such parents, or had... No. This is not acceptable in the eyes of God. Of course, this is taken into consideration that some person has had certain blessings at the beginning and another person has not had the same blessings at the beginning. This is true. In the sight of God, is true. But to come to the conclusion that I can do nothing because I haven't had a good upbringing, this is wrong. Why? Because Shoghi Effendi is telling me, Ali, the cause can recreate you. You have to exercise your willpower. You have to arise. You have to love, and love with purity of motive. Then you become a magnet. When you become a magnet, you attract divine confirmations. These divine confirmations transform you, change you, strengthen you. You become a different person. You are timid, you become brave. You had doubts, you become full of certitude. You feel that you are inadequate, you say, I am inadequate, but your presence, your divine assistance will help me. And I must trust in you. I have I have full confidence. I will move ahead. I will go forward. You ask me to march, I will march. You ask me to run, I will run. I'm depending on your help, on your divine assistance. And that's how we help ourselves in recreating ourselves, in becoming a totally different person than what we are today. We become instruments in the hands of God, however inadequate we may be. I often say that when I look at myself, you may have heard me say this before. When I look at myself, I see I am like a knife. But I look at my knife, I see that the blade is rusted. It's old and rusted. I look at the handle of the knife, and I see it's dirty. It's not clean. But I offer myself as I am. Inadequate, yes. Unworthy, yes. With many failings, yes. But I offer myself. And believe me, this blessed Lord, this blessed beauty, extends his arms, and I feel somebody is holding me. The handle is dirty. He's holding me. I feel it. And he's using me. Rusted, he uses. That's how I feel. I don't consider myself worthy at all. But I offer myself. And that's how we should be. And we should trust that he watches over us and he helps us. Now, as Shoghi Effendi carried on these messages, these 15 minutes, is it? What he did was that when he was dealing with these national assemblies, he would look at that national assembly. For example, Iraq. Iraq is where Baha'u'llah declared his mission. Iraq is a place where Baha'u'llah spent 10, 11 years of his time after his arrival in the country. So he praises them. He says, look, you belong to such and such a country where Baha'u'llah declared his mission. You belong to a country where Baha'u'llah made his house there a place of pilgrimage, divine pilgrimage, for all the Baha'is of the world to come and visit the house of Baha'u'llah in Baghdad. So he always found things in communities when he wanted to give them a plan. To Iran, you are the cradle of the faith. You have given so many martyrs for the promotion of the cause. You are the land where the Bab and Baha'u'llah was born. You are the land where the Baha'i faith was born. So, you see, he found things when you see the messages that he wrote to these national assemblies. He's writing to countries in Europe. You are a country where it is blessed by the footsteps of Abdul Baha, writing to, let us say, the British Isles. Writing to Germany, same thing. Your country has been blessed by the footsteps of the Master. So he always found things in the history of these countries to praise them, to encourage them, to give them hope, to make them feel that they are special. And they were special. So you see, this is one policy that he had. Another thing is, when these goals were being carried out, he wasn't sitting there idle. He was monitoring every little movement in that country through the reports that he received, through letters. He watched over the work of each community. Statistics, movements, increase in the number of believers, how many centers, what the translation work was, whether they had new translations of any of the books. He watched everything. And he would tell them, he would remind them that, look, you only have had only one book translated. This is not enough. You should also translate other books. You only have 3 local assemblies. It is not enough. You must have 5. Try to work hard for another 2. He watched over the work of each national spiritual assembly and encouraged them. He would send them not only letters, he would send cables so that they would receive his messages very soon. Another thing that he did was that when they did something good, when they did follow his instructions and his guidance, then he praised them. He praised them liberally, generously, lovingly, bountifully. You read his letters, so full of love and encouragement and gratitude for what they had done. And these people felt really that they were the champions of the entire planet. For that moment, yes, they were. And they derived more courage. And they went ahead. And then another thing about the 7-year plan is that during the 7-year plan, something new was developed by the Guardian. In the course of the plan, he decided that now the time had come for new national assemblies to, what we say in English, to spin off. It is where sometimes when you have planets and so on, suddenly one piece goes off and becomes another little planet of its own, or another moon of its own. So there was this spinning off of new national assemblies coming out of the mother assembly. For example, the United States and Canada were together. They started the second 7-year plan in 1947. 1 year later, he said, Canada is ready. Separate yourselves from the mother assembly of the United States. It became a separate National Assembly in 1948. As soon as this National Assembly was born, he sent them a new message, a new goal, a new plan for the rest of the 7-year plan. It became a 6-year plan for the Canadian NSA. Right? He waited, then he saw that Central America, it has so many countries, maybe some 20 countries. South America, another 20 countries. He put them all together. He said, now we can have 2 new national assemblies. This has all happened during the second 7-year plan. New national assemblies towards the end of the 7-year plan. That means the plan was in 1953. In 1952, 1950, he started South America. Let it be a big regional national spiritual assemblies, including all of these various countries in South America. Central America, that means Central America plus the Caribbean. Put them together, he said, a special national assembly. Central America. So he started with one national assembly, which was United States and Canada in 1947, for 1946, and by the end of the 7-year plan, 1953, he had that one, which was the United States, plus Canada, plus South America, plus Central America. So you see, he had, instead of one, he had 4 national assemblies. So he had, because he wanted to have what he called generals. He wanted to have generals for the 10-year crusade. He wanted actually to have 12. So he was raising up these new national assemblies, encouraging them to come forward. And then the last one, as we are now in Italy, he had the Italo-Swiss National Spiritual Assembly. He combined Switzerland and Italy together. And when did he do it? Central America and South America was towards the end. He did it on the very same day that the 10-year crusade was beginning to start, was going to start. Rizwan, 1953. Same day, there is a new National Assembly, Italo-Swiss. And he says, I welcome the National Assembly of Italo-Swiss to be one of the 12 generals of the 10-year crusade. He had 12 generals to start the crusade, the 10-year plan. So you see the way Shoghi Effendi operated. He was on top of everything. Okay, I think that'll be enough for today.